Good evening, friends. We are back with yet another wonderful day of doing Monster Train and completing crowns. So, that's the plan. We're going to do more crowns. Hopefully this time, with less throwing away a reasonable victory during the Titan fight, as may or may not have happened yesterday. That said, where are we starting off today? I kind of want to do all the golden crowns. And by that I mean all the ones where I have a golden crown, I kind of want to overwrite it with a proper crown. Both because it annoys me that we only have the golden crown there, and because it would be easier to scan this list and look for the blank spots. But that's not a big deal. I think we're going to start with Gilda today. And go Gilda Hellhorned, I guess. I'm already on Pyreborn. Okay. Now, I think I still want Torch. The Queen's Implings maybe kind of work with her Harvest path, but on the whole, the Torch is just a much better, more versatile card. It also helps me get Collectors early game. Technically, the Whelps also do that. God, why is it Pyre of Entropy? We've seen Pyre of Entropy so often recently. There's so many other pyres I haven't seen in forever, like Bogworms, or even Malakas. But nope. Nope. Whatever. Here we are. I do really like Spark Flint Catalyst. I think we're taking Sinner Salve, though. It's just good value in general, and especially with Pyre of Entropy, it means that I never have to take damage from the Vengeful Shards. Okay, so what do we want to do here? So I was kind of hoping that we would get the Avarice path, but that is the one path we don't have. I think I'm taking Guild Mother here. Just because I've already got the 2 golden touches, and so having a little bit of vaguely guaranteed horde from Guild Mother, and then comboing that with the golden touches can get me a decent amount of horde. Which it does really help in general. Like, Gilda won't be a huge help herself. I might have trouble getting out of the first rings, but I think overall we'll probably be okay. Again, Bloat Matron could be good. It does work decently with the imps as well. And, like, technically there's a world where what I do is I end up making, like, 2 endless bloated whelps, and maybe even like an endless molting imp, and I use those to murder things. Because, like, using these, I can play them out, explode them, they do a little bit of damage, apply Pyre Gel, and they're free to play. Do that multiple times, play the imp out, it does more damage, and then just a chump blocker. Like, all of that's not bad, other than the part where I'm relying on hitting endless. I feel like you get Pyre of Entropy like every time, so I don't do random anymore. I mean, that's just the nature of random. There will be long stretches where I'm not subjected to the misery that is Entropy, but sometimes it's just how it is. In the last couple days, it has definitely been an outsized presence in my life. And man, does it suck. I mean, like, again, strength-wise, it's sort of okay. I really find it unpleasant to play. It is one of 2 pyres that I really want them to rework. The other one, I want them to rework just because it's bad. This one I want them to rework because I find it wholly unsatisfying and just, in a lot of ways, really, totally my least favorite pyre. Anyways, we're going to take Guild Mother. I still kind of want to do Bloat Matron, but this is what we got. Now, the real question is, where do I want to play the Miser? Because we have two options. Because it is a 1-capacity unit, we can put it with Gilda. And so we could put it up here alongside Gilda, which is not bad. Also, I kind of doubt that my units are going to be killing all enemies before they reach top floor, so that we'll probably still get a good number of attacks in with the Miser. And so I think that's the right choice. The other options, we put it down on bottom floor with like a shield steward, so that is for sure always getting an attack in as often as possible. But I'm pretty confident this is the better play. And also we have, you know, a fair number of other units to play out anyways. Yeah, I guess I'll do it this way. I did want to play out the Spear Steward, but I think this is better for now. Okay. Unfortunately, because we have the Titan skin trial, we can't actually kill these guys with the Whelp explosions, but a good draw of the Imp means we're still able to do it. Okay, I'm just going to have you block, because I think that's better than the alternative. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately you're surviving. I could bring you down to kill range with the Golden Touch. Not important enough for me. Well, sadly I drew both of those at the same time, but I can at least do... that. I don't think that's very good for me. I probably should have just done the other thing, but here we are. Right, yeah, I'd hoped to get the other Spear Steward down on bottom floor, but that didn't happen. I would love to do the Golden Touch. Not really feasible, because the only thing I could kill is the egg, and the egg is worth more to me than the Golden Touch is. Ta-da! At least the Miser just gets to beat him down for a chunk of gold. So the payoff is pretty good. The Lava Armor is not bad for us. I don't love Lava Armor, but like it's decent value, and especially early game, it's pretty solid, especially in a world with like bloated whelps and other things. But in a world where I'm using the Golden Touch regularly, the payoff gets decent value. I'm still gonna take the Lava Armor, I guess. I definitely don't need the Welder Helper. Hornbreak is not bad in general. It is less good in Monster Train 2 just because, again, enemy health values on the whole are a lot higher. And there is no plus 30 upgrade for it, which made it do a fairly substantial amount of damage. Also, there's a lot less enemies where piercing actually matters. Mostly enemy health values are just higher rather than utilizing armor. And I believe the only enemies that utilize damage shields are bosses or Kale's units when they get them from the morsels. I guess I'm going to take the Fortify. Yeah, we're taking the Hellfire Bellows. Shale Shell I'm vaguely interested in. It doesn't do anything. Well, it does do something for us with the Whelp specifically. So it's not without value. But I think just grabbing the Hellfire Bellows now is good. I only have one source of Pyrogel, which is the Lava Armor. But, you know, if we're building up Horde, there's a good chance that we get whatever the Pyrogel on Ascend one is, among other things. Point is, there's a good chance we get other sources of Pyrogel. Anyways. You know, I'll be honest, I never realized that this thing cycles between, like, lighting up and fading and has kind of a prismatic effect to it. Despite the literal hundreds of hours that I played this game. Somehow, had never noticed. Anyways. I think we're going for Pyreborn. Merchant of Magic would basically be looking for, like, holdover on Fortify or Golden Touch. Hello, Edwin. How you been? But Pyreborn units would be good for us. Could even maybe see Magma Cultist. I don't know that I care about Magma Cultist, but it is a little hard to turn down Magma Cultist. It's just a great unit. Or something like Zealot would also be appreciated. Yeah. I mean, we'll go here, I guess. Multi-Strike is not unwelcome. Okay. I mean, we probably want the Hothead. The problem is I have no way to buff its damage currently, other than, I guess, there's the Lava Armor. Tired, but otherwise okay. Totally understandable. I mean, I think we're just taking the Hothead and we put Multi-Strike on it and we call that good. I kind of want to put Multi-Strike on the Miser. Pretty confident that's incorrect. So we're going to do this. We'll give it the Multi-Strike. I could Titan Knight a Shield Steward. I'm pretty sure I don't want to do that. Pretty sure I don't want to Titan Knight the Hothead either. This is fairly low investment. I am willing to give you HP. I could do the Rage there. I really don't want to, but that's honestly not terrible. Because it represents a 20 attack boost, and so he starts at 25 damage instead of 5. And that is a huge increase of power comparatively. I mean, this pays itself off fairly quickly. Yeah, I don't love doing this, but I do think it's very helpful to have that do reasonable damage when I'm otherwise pretty lacking in damage output. Yeah, okay, let's see how this goes. The problem is I'm not... Well, okay. We're going to do this a little differently. So I don't have the Ember to play with the Hothead now because of the trial. I just wanted to make sure he was getting enough. Oh, I can't play with the Lava Armor if I do that. Well, we'll do it anyways. Yeah, I do think this is probably the wrong way to do things. Also, the minus Ember is really hurting me. Especially trying to play with the Golden Touch regularly. Yeah, it would have been nice for you to not survive long enough to get up there. Yeah, I guess we're doing that. Not great. He at least farms a bunch of gold. Unfortunately, I can't really support things. That does some work for us. But I don't think it's enough for us to win on top floor. Yeah. And this way the egg dies. Okay, let's restart the battle and do this just a little differently. The problem is I do want to play with the lava armor early. And I'm not playing with the Golden Touch, whatever, fine. But I think we still want to do things in roughly this shape. Oh, I forgot to use the whelp down there. That was not ideal. How you doing, Fury? Yeah, unfortunately you're taking a fair bit of damage either way. Not totally convinced by the choices I have made here. Yeah, I don't know that this is really any better than what I've done before. And by that I mean, yeah, well... Yeah, I mean, like, this works. I think I get less gold this way, and probably... I mean, it's whatever. It's fairly comparable. And I think we end up with more horde. It's fine. Whatever. Here we are. I don't think I need another alchemy. Might take another golden touch, though that feels a little unnecessary. Not taking the snotty whelp. Although it is like a decent target for making endless. Kind of. It's not great. I think I just skip here. Maybe I take the alchemy. But I'm really struggling with Ember currently. And of course it's knockback Archeon. Alright, I'll take the alchemy. I don't think I actually should. We are going to take Ritual of Battle. We're going to loot this because it at least gets me a thing. That's fine. It's not at all the one that I wanted, but it is vaguely decent and it gets out of the pool. We are going to greed and go here. There are a number of very useful things I could hit here. That's not what I had in mind, but that does work. And Void Armament is cool as well, but I don't think I'm taking that. Sacrificial Chamber I kind of want because it's good. Also, I do have, like, whelps that I can just sacrifice there. For now, I'll take it. I don't know that we're going to use it long term. Yeah, I was really hoping for, like, Overgrowth Carapace. Is what I wanted. I'm going to make this deployable, even though there's a good chance we don't actually use it in this. We don't use the deployable aspect of it right now. Ooh. Alright, well this is an interesting spread. Because Canio does make me a lot stronger, and that allows me to, like, remove the Spear Steward and a bunch of other things with relative ease. Bjork does basically nothing for me. And then Gros Michel gives me a huge damage increase on the Hothead, which I kind of really like. Oh, that's not true. Well, sort of. The Cavendish, the replacement one, is 3 times base stats. And I'm pretty sure that doesn't take into account the upgrades. And his base stats are pretty underwhelming. Well, it'll still be better than the plus 10, because it'll still be 15. Either way, I think we probably want Gros Michel, because it brings you up to 29 times 2. And just the amount of extra killing power that gets us is pretty useful. I could also grab the Quick Dagger, but we're not going to. Anyways, the knockback is not great for me, but it is what it is. There's a reasonable chance that the egg gets lost in this fight. I don't remember what knockback Archeon's waves look like. So I do want to do the Golden Touch. It would deprive him of 1 kill, but I think that's still worth it. Also, I'm a little sad to not play with the Lava Armor. Oh well. Okay. Yeah, so it would still not be enough to get the kill there. Let's feel a little bad not to use it. Also, you're still taking most of the damage because the Imp only has 1 HP. Which is not great. Oh, not quite. I mean, I still could do that. If I do that, then you'd be low enough that the Hothead would still attack in twice. And I can do that and just block a little bit. And I do have extra conduit on this floor. Not that that tons helps me. Yeah, I'd like to do the Golden Touch, but it is more important to me that I'm actually winning the fight. Oh god, and then you end up in front. Well, that part's not great. I guess I'm gonna do that and preserve a blocker. Which is not ideal, but fine. Those guys at least do a decent amount of damage. The poor egg is for sure dead, but at least I got up to 3 horde, which is something. So I could either go to 5 horde, or I can reduce your health a fair bit. Well. Alright, I'm taking 1 hit on the pyre. That's not too bad. If we had been... It was just not a good matchup for me, but that's okay. We came out of it in decent shape. I do have a lot of gold. I do want Dark Deal. Honestly, Cursed Dragonstaff isn't terrible for me, but it's not amazing for me either. We are going to take Alloy the Ancients here. I mean, Alpha Fiend's fine. It's mostly just a better steward for me at the moment. Which isn't saying much. I'll still take it, even though it's not great. I do get a Calcified Ember, but that's not hard to play out since I do have the Sinner Salve. Sure, fine. Not amazing for me, probably. I think we have to go here. I do kind of want to go for the Merchant of Trinkets, but there's enough good value here that I think I have to go here. Yeah, cross-pathing into the Harvest does not really work for us here. Kind of want to do a Holdover Fortify. Holdover Golden Touch is cute, but I think we just want to move away from that and just focus on making the Hothead into a true and beautiful monstrosity. What I really wanted was remove Consume Alloy the Ancients. Like, that would be very good for us. So we could also hold over Ritual Battle. You know what? We're gonna do this. I'm not, like, totally convinced by this choice, but right now, defense is a notable concern for me. So, that's what we're doing. Okay, I was hoping for Intrinsic there, but fine. So, I might do the Fortify here. And by that I mean, I'm just gonna do the Fortify. Overall, we're in okay shape. We're not in great shape, we're in okay shape. I do not like the sound that a Hothead makes when you play it out with his heavy breathing. Forgot that I had extra Ember this turn. It's gonna look a little silly, but we're gonna play out our own Imp to kill it. Because I know I could have done other things like kill the backliner and yada yada yada. It's not what I did do. So, there we go. Anyways, we at least have vaguely decent defense now. So that's a thing. And we have a little bit of higher gel on attacks, and the hothead is getting stronger and stronger. And we get to play with the Calcified Ember, which I appreciate. And we just get a bunch of golds. Don't hate that. We'll just play out some extra units right now. Also, Alpha Fiend, still not an amazing unit, but it's way better than Monster Train 1, where it was gained 5 attack on strike. Getting 15 attack on strike is at least, like, a pretty meaningful amount. Obviously, it's still not perfect, because, again, the health of enemies went up dramatically in Monster Train 2 to compensate, but still a nice change. Unfortunately, I don't have Mind Cage, so I can't use your ability every turn. Or Tome of Contracts. Would also appreciate that. And because I didn't kill those guys and they all multi-strike, the enemies did do a fair bit of work against us. And by that I mean we lost a lot of armor. I think we're saving your ability for next turn. In which case, we're just doing this. Like, Corrin's not super impressive, because we did murder all of the other enemies already. And Corrin's whole deal is that they bring them back down to bottom floor. Alright, and since we have to kill, we'll just kill our own Imp and call that good. There we go. And we get up to a clean 8 Dragon Sword thanks to the egg. Unfortunately, the Miser is not contributing now, because I just don't have any capacity for them on a meaningful floor. I guess I could have put them mid-floor, and they would have gotten maybe 1 attack in on that battle. I think we're doing the Brain Spike. Inequivalent Exchange is fairly decent for us, but we're doing this. And I will take the Tiresome Climb. I do want Hidden Coffers, but Shale Shell is legitimately good for me. The question is just, do I think I'm going to hit high enough Horde? I guess this gives 4 at the end of battle, so I'd have to get up to 6. Hello, Splat, how you doing? I've got 2 from the Alchemy. I guess I'm willing to take it. I don't think it's gonna... Oh, well... The problem is I really want the Railhammer too. But I feel like I have to take this. It's just very good to take for a lot of reasons, obviously. But like Railhammer would have made my Fortifies go from 16 armor a turn each to 24, which is a huge increase, obviously. Well, we're going here. Okay. So there's the Overgrowth Carapace I wanted before. But there's also Soul Smelter. I mean, honestly, it's probably worth taking the Stoic Plate Mail just to jam onto the Alpha Fiend. Like, I don't super care about his ability. Although we do have the, wherever it is, the lava armor currently. But I could swap, well, I could fuse them together. Although that wouldn't work because the silence would stop it. Anyways, so I think we're taking the Soul Smelter and combining it with the Bloodthirsty Blade. It's not really what I wanted to do, but I think that's good enough. Because I do have max Horde now, and if I can just start hitting 13 Horde, it's beautiful. It's difficult for me to play this, but I think that's okay. Yeah? Maybe I want Zone of Silence? Sure. Wasn't really what I had planned on, but okay. I guess let's look at this first. So the Umbra one would be Morsels. I don't know if Prismal Dust is in this pool. I don't remember what the Luna one is. The Banished is, it's the Valor and Damage Shield thing that I'm blanking on. Liquid Courage? I don't remember if there's another one that's in the pool. It would really help if I had encyclopedic event knowledge in this game like I do for Monster Train 1. I'm pretty good, but it's just things like this. I don't remember for sure exactly what's in the pool and what's not. I like the Luna one in particular. I'm really struggling to think what that is. Spells. It's probably Glittering Draught. Or Draft, whatever that is. Which it does not matter to me. Yeah. Because I don't think Silver Ink shows up in this event. I think it's only this. And likewise, I'm pretty sure this is just Liquid Courage. And then the other one was Umbra. Because, yeah, I don't think Prismal Dust can show up here. Nonetheless, let's take the Umbra one. Oh, Space Prism. Definitely didn't remember that was an option. You know what? I'll take that, I guess. I will not take that. And I will not take that. I'll just take the gold. Okay, so, deployable. We're going to play... So what am I currently looking at? 6 Deployment Ember? Which is currently just play both of those, and then... Greed? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Maybe. Like, it'll suck if I hit Dante's Footstool later, but whatever, that's fine. Let's just remove a couple things that basically do nothing for me. Since I'm going to have kind of an awkward start, since I'm not playing out most of my banner units. Also, I don't love the sap guys here, but I think we'll be okay. Okay, so I have 6, which is going to be just the Hothead and his buddy, and then Gilda goes here. I was kind of hoping for Hollow of Mirrors in that, so that we could get Gilda with her So we can get double eggs, basically. I will do this, which does negate the concerns. I do want to do the alchemy, but I think this is more important to me. Okay, so they can't stop me now, which is to say I don't get the sap from the incant anymore, which is why I played out the Zone of Silence there. Okay, I'm gonna kill you guys, although there was a... I'm actually doing this slightly differently. There is the possibility that we hit the Pyroborn Brain Spike next turn. It is unlikely, though. So I wanted to get the Horde first, was the thing. So anyways, we're going to do that. If we hit the Pyroborn Brain Spike, it means that we could refresh your ability. Also, yeah, I'm taking a little bit of damage and yada yada. Anyways. Naturally, I won't. Of course, I do get the Brain Spike. Anyways, what I was going to say is naturally I wouldn't be able to use the ability. This way I do get to refresh it if I want. Okay, I'm going to do it. It's not very impressive, but I at least get some Avarice. I'm not going to use the ability right now because we do have the kill here. And that way I can save it for this coming turn, which is pretty helpful. Oh, I'm sorry. We're doing this in slightly different order. I meant to torch this guy first, because then we do actually get the kill on the Hothead. Oh, fuck me. I overrode Zone of Silence. I wasn't even thinking about it. Well, not the end of the world, but it does mean that I'm not doing it that way. Okay. Well, the Miser's not getting the kill, yada yada yada. Neither's the Hothead. But this is whatever, it's fine. Unfortunately, I can't Molting Imp on this floor unless I do this. Honestly, we're doing it. Because then I can do that, which gets me a ton of gold. So, why not? And then we're still getting all the kills here. Also, it's feeding into the Soul Smelter, so it's getting more likely that I get all the things I need. Okay. Okay, that's all we need for the kill. I mean, I could shoot him with the Golden Touch. I don't think we want to do that. Also, I don't think we need to, because we have a fair bit of soul. What's the conversion rate on this? For every 4 souls, so we're getting 3 there. And then another 4, so we're getting 7, so we're going up to 9. Sadly, we're not getting to 13 in this battle, but there's no way I'm changing that, so whatever, we'll leave it. I'm just not going to cash out, I guess. Even though that saddens me, but it's just so much more important for us to hit 13. Oh no, I just can't math. Oh, because of the reanimate stacks, we get way more soul. Because every time he dies, it counts for the siphon trigger. Totally forgot about it. Devil's Tails does too much damage to you, but... we're going to take another Pyroborn Brain Spike, even though I'm not really in a good position to use it. Transcend Nimbus and no. The Battering Ram is kind of cute, but no. We're just going to skip those. We are definitely looting this. I do want the Shale Shell. I think we just want the Flaming Talons, though. Is that true? Yeah, fine. We'll do that. Yeah, I'll do the Shale Shell. The Taskmaster Lash is cute, except for the part where I already have the Insignia, and so even my, like, weak-ass damage spells will do a fair bit of damage to the Hothead, which I technically have the armor for it. I don't know. I probably should have done that. We're definitely taking Ember, because I want the extra deployment Ember at the very least. Thought I won a floor 20 run on Luck Be a Landlord. I still have not played Luck Be a Landlord, so I cannot comment on that, but I'm glad you did it. I imagine it's, you know, the highest difficulty. But I've never played Luck Be a Landlord. All I know is that it's the, like, slot machine roguelike. I guess we're going here and just buying a bunch of artifacts, maybe. Merchant of Magic is also kind of cute, but we're going here, I guess. I don't need the healing, the removals are fine. I don't actually care about the jack strips. I will do that. I will do that. I will do that. Do I want Wanderer's Talisman? I don't think I do. I spent a lot of gold there already. Very nice. Congrats. Let's get rid of the shield stewards. Okay. I mean, overall, we're in pretty good shape. I am not, you know, perfect by any means, but we're in pretty good shape. So, you're going on bottom floor this time, because reasons. And I guess we're still having you up front instead of the Miser. Okay, I did want Zone of Silence, because that does make life a little easier. I mean, mostly we're just killing things, but this way we don't have to take the corruption at all, which is nice. And I don't have Taskmaster's Lash, so I can't, like, reset my cooldown, sadly. We're gonna put that there and not ruin my own dude this time. Well, I want the Horde, so we're doing that, even though this causes me some problems. So you're already dying on hit number 1, so I guess we just shoot there, and then we'll just have to, you know, deal with your shit afterwards. Unfortunately, you have a lot of life, and Kale is really fucking us. What an asshole. Okay, so we are killing you just at the cost of, like, everything, which is fine. At least we're getting a bunch of gold from them. I just didn't want him to get another, like, what, 50 HP from Kale? Yeah, 50 HP and a bunch of spikes like a jerk. Well, I do really want to do the Brain Spike. On the other hand, I could do the Alchemy and Daze Kale, which is pretty good, too. But this would give me 10 Avarice and would let me shoot this turn. Yeah, we'll do that, I guess. It's just pretty decent for me. Also need to remember that I have capacity on this floor now thanks to the Space Prism. I don't have the... what's-its-face anymore to play out. The Miser, but so be it. Yeah, technically I could have gotten a little bit of damage on Kale, but that's okay. Okay, we're gonna kill our own dude for the Horde, because we want the Horde. That's just how life works. Okay. So currently we have 20 soul. We're gonna get at least 7. Yeah, so I don't need to do the golden touch anymore, basically. So we're not gonna worry about that. And we're just gonna get more Avarice. No, our banana went extinct. I mean, it's okay. We really don't need it at this point. But... alright, well, we should be fine. Even if the Alpha Fiend stole one of the Slay triggers from the Hothead. Ain't that 1% luck? I mean, it's not 1% for Gros Michel. We haven't gone to Cavendish yet. Tome of Contracts is definitely what I wanted. One Horn's Tome is also quite good for us right now, but Tome of Contracts is very good. And we're just going to take the extra Ember, partly because I have Unbroken Horn. And so I preserve energy between turns. That means I can sink it into like a bigger Brain Spike or whatever. I don't know. Doesn't really matter to us at this point. The draw doesn't matter in the slightest because we already hit 10 draw with Pyre of Entropy. Gonna have 4 Ember artifacts. Yeah, probably. I do like Medallion of Superiority. I might take Taskmaster's Lash, though. Yeah, I'll take that. I don't know that we're really going to use it. Yeah, I guess I'll take this. And then we'll take the capacity because that vaguely matters to me a little bit. Cavendish! Okay. Cavendish doesn't do a ton for us. It's okay. So I do want the Merchant of Steel, but we have one more shot at Merchant of Steel. We are definitely going for Merchant of Magic, because what I would very much like... Also, it's a pretty hefty heal that does not matter to me because I'm undamaged. You're just going to get the Gildedest Egg, which, like, I'm hitting max Horde without it, but it is 400 extra gold, so whatever. Ooh. Love how I completely missed the Belopter segue in the Monster Train 2 stream. Yeah. So I do like Savage Heart quite a bit. And honestly, I could probably put it on the Hothead and then just give him permanent rage. I don't think that really matters to us, though. I think we're just doing the Savage Skin so that... Oh, except that would fill up your extra upgrade slot. Well, never mind. We'll put that on the Alpha Fiend, I guess. Especially when I've been spending time watching Balatro multiplayer. Yeah. I have not been watching a lot of that. I've seen a couple people I follow doing that. You know what? We'll do the Days 4 on Tiresome Climb. Sure, fine. Hold over Tiresome Climb. Enjoy. I really shouldn't do that because it's utterly unnecessary for me, but I don't know. I did anyways. I got carried away. Here we are. I really wanted Intrinsic for the Tome of Contracts. And instead, I didn't hit it, and I'm going mad with power. Okay, whatever. Here we are. The minus Ember per turn basically does not matter to us, given that we have still a lot of Ember per turn. So, that gets played out for free, which is cute. We're going to play you out, give you your thing, and then we're going to do the Zone of Silence instead of playing out the unit, I guess. Yeah, I still have 7 Ember this turn. Okay, so we play that, and then we're going to get that back on this coming turn. I may as well just have you block. Or just kill you outright. You know, we'll just do it that way. Because this way you get more armor, I guess. Oh, I actually meant to do that differently. That's fine. Okay, so we do get the Hothead's ability every turn now, which is pretty nice. Just for good measure, we're going to use the Alchemy first and then do this. Although now you're getting the kill and whatever, I probably should have done that. That's fine. Okay, so Sacrificial Chamber goes there. So now we can sacrifice these guys for a little bit of extra gold. Tiresome Climb, unfortunately, is worthless for us. Would have been a reason to be setting up on mid-floor, but that's fine. I'm going to not use your ability so that we can get the Slay on you. And also, technically, he gains a little bit of power, too. But realistically, that's pretty low on the list of our concerns. Okay. I do rather appreciate Sinner's Salve, meaning that I never take damage from those. Okay. We're now up to 22 Avarice, which is pretty cute. Yeah, I'll just play you there to block. Or I could do this. You know what? Let's just do that. Oh no, it's a Thane! How will we handle such a sight? Not what I meant to do. Don't know why I sacrificed them first. I'm only sacrificing them to get the gold off of them because they're sitting in a sacrificial chamber. But I don't want to do that first. Oh, I actually can't kill you either way. Well, realistically, I don't think it matters. Okay, we'll do that. We should still be hitting max horde, I believe, so I'm not too worried about it. Ta-da! And we just have a clean 3,000 plus gold to spend after this. You hit the horde without Big Egg? Yeah, I was pretty sure that I would. I'm not going to bother with the payoff. I guess I'll just take another Brain Spike, even though it's only vaguely useful for me. And by that I mean, it doesn't really matter. Sure. Enjoy a little bit of extra power. I'm just going to skip, even though I kind of want to take that just for the sake of depleting the pool. Okay, and then we're going here so we can get another upgrade on the Hothead. Enjoy your Titanite. Sure, have quick, I guess, because what else am I going to give you at this point? Yeah, okay. I'll take that. I don't have any equipment to pull with the attuned whetstone. That's not true. I have, lava armor. We'll do that. And then I've got tons of money to spend on removal still. So, I'm going to leave a Molting Imp in the deck to master it, I think, even though it basically does not matter to me in the slightest. I am going to get rid of a bunch of Whelps. I mean, I could get rid of the Alchemy too at this point, but I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, I don't really need the Golden Touch either. So, just to double check, for deployment, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But I'm not hitting the cap. Pretty confident about that. Yeah, I'll just get rid of that. We might not hit max horde after this coming fight. Ooh, who cares? Just for good measure, enjoy your dualism. It does, or your extra avarice. Does not matter. Oh, and what am I duping? Probably just the fortify. Could do the ritual battle. Could do the tiresome climb. Do I want to do the tiresome climb? Kind of. Fuck it. Whatever. We'll do the tiresome climb. Look at us go. Okay. So, that goes away. Yeah, I don't have quite enough to play out the Alpha Fiend here, but whatever. Okay, so you get that. I did forget that you guys have spell shields, which is a little bit of a pain, but mostly does not matter to me. Because we're still able to do it just fine. And now he's dazed for forever. Oops. We don't need to worry about the silencers because that's why we have Zone of Silence. I mean, among other reasons, but, you know, that's why we have Zone of Silence. Okay, we're just gonna do it like this, I guess. Which does mean he always comes back to bottom floor if I'm ascending him all the way to top floor, because he only rotates between occupied floors. So I always get to shoot him with the hothead if I want, which is kind of cute. Yeah, I mean, the brain spike doesn't actually matter. Like, I can give myself a bunch of avarice, but, like, what does that do for me? I'll do it nonetheless. It does mean that I don't have the tiresome climb anymore, and that also means that he's not coming back to my floor this turn. Whatever. My level of concern is remarkably low. That does cut into my armor a fair bit to do that. But on the other hand, it's also just pretty good. Whatever, we'll do that. Gain 1 horde. And thus we continue murdering, even though I did steal from my hothead a little bit. It's a shame we didn't end up getting Railhammer, but in the grand scheme of things, not too worried about it. Oh yeah, you have Quick. I keep forgetting that you have Quick now. It's like, why are you not taking any damage? Turns out it's because I took care of that already. And yeah, you are distracting him now, which is a little bit of a pain, but, like, whatever. Oh, I guess I didn't need to shoot myself. I had the brain spike in hand, so I could have done that instead. Okay, whatever. Here we are. Final wave. need to make sure we don't tiresome climb ourselves into a loss. I mean, he's got 29 days. Like, Gilda can do a lot of damage in that time. Which is to say, we could have killed him with Gilda, but why would we want to? Alright, we still hit max horde anyways. I thought we would just because of how many enemies there are with the soul smelter. Like, neither of these matters. I'll take this anyways. And that, because I get them both. And yeah, we did end up with quite a lot of gold. Alright, let's kill the Titans. I don't have, like, the fastest Titan kill in a lot of ways, but here we are. Okay. It is sad that while I have both Attuned Whetstone and Dante's Footstool, the really expensive ones in my hand, I already had deployable on, so I can't get them back, or I can't discount them. Do I want to play the Zone of Silence? I think I do, even though it means that I don't get the Alpha Fiend played out here. Okay, so we do that. We do that. You're going to tiresome climb you. It does mean that you're not making Pyrolites for me. Oh well, so be it. That's life. Okay. Thanks to the extra boss artifacts, I at least have a base 190 damage pyre. So, like, I'm doing pretty hefty damage regardless. And then you're coming back. Also, Gilda full heals every turn, so we don't need to worry about her dying. Also, with Dominion being dazed, he's not putting corruption on anything. So, all of that holds true. The pyre's chonky. Yeah, 190 HP, 190 gold. We're doing okay. Unfortunately, I have to... I don't have a way to, like, get rid of these. I mean, I could just not play them, obviously, but... where's the fun in that? Like, I've got the HP where I could handle that, but... Okay. Oh, whoops. I meant to be able to play out the Alpha Fiend. I was trying to avoid playing the Alpha Fiend until I'd already used the curses, so that I would get slightly less units cursed, but not actually a big deal. Okay, now I sat myself a ton. Not wildly concerned about things. Savagery is already out of it. Entropy is basically done, and will be finished off rather soon. We're essentially just waiting on Dominion. Sadly, can't daze Entropy, so we can't stop him from adding the Curse of Entropy to the deck. Which is lame, but it is what it is. Okay. Didn't actually need to do that. Since Entropy was already going down to 1 with our basic attacks that turn anyways, but here we are. I could do this differently, but this is the way I have chosen to do it. Alright, just several more turns for the Pyre to kill the minion. We'll get there eventually. And I do have the Rage build up to offset the... to offset the sap. Even if I didn't, I just have a pretty hefty attack level anyways. Especially with my ability to use my activated ability more than once per turn. Yeah. Essentially doesn't matter. No damage, Pyre. No Pyre damage Titan fight. Neat. Yeah. Not the first time we've done it. Not the last time we're gonna do it. But yeah, it is rare because the whole fight is built around taking damage, and usually that's just what you're going to do. Usually it's not even worth trying to avoid it. But yeah, it is pleasing when you can do this. The only thing that like really irks me about it is having to wait for the entire fight to go. Because if I were willing to just take the damage from the minion, this fight would be going a lot faster because you get the Pyre Light every turn, and our Pyre would be attacking twice per turn. And the minion would be dead several turns over by now. But I don't know. We have the ability to do it without taking damage. It feels like I should do it without taking damage. Unfortunately, we don't actually get, like, gold from shooting them, because Avarice and other things don't work when the Titans are at 1 HP. I don't actually need to be playing these things out every turn, but I feel obligated to play them nonetheless. Okay. Again, sadly, can't daze Entropy. Okay. So this should be the final turn. Just for my own enjoyment here, have some things. And then let's gain a little bit more Avarice before we blow them all up. And then, there we go! How exciting! We almost ended with 4,000 gold. Woo! We didn't get any boss rush bonus because it was a pretty slow kill, but, you know, that's fine. Max Horde again, like it matters. Yeah. I mean, like, we'd already gotten everything we could get from the Horde, essentially. Oh boy, we mastered a couple more cards, even though the Molting Imp barely mattered to us. I mean, Molting Imp in general, I don't think is a great card, but like, it wasn't amazing in Monster Train 1. It had some uses, but especially without the ability to do infusions now, and with enemies just having dramatically higher HP totals as you go later into the fight, and with there being silence enemies as well, like, there's just a lot of things that make it not a great card. Like, it's fine. It can do some things, but it's not great. Yeah, anyways. That was a fun run. I enjoyed it quite a fair bit. It is very satisfying when you are hitting max Horde. And I'm glad it worked out where we were hitting max Horde and not only hitting like 11 Horde each fight, as that would have been a lot less satisfying. Anyways, let me update the title. There it is. We are now at 66 crowns. Okay, and which one are we tackling next? I still probably should be skewing it more towards the Monster Train 1 clans. Again, in my greedy heart, I kind of just want to wait until the next update comes out and hopefully does more with the Monster Train 1 clans. But they're still playable right now, and they're still fun. It's just, there's so much more they could do with them. I think we're doing Under Legion. Probably Lion's Mane, and how about Lion's Mane and Awoken? Alright, so Restore is bad, and Root Seeds is okay. It's not nearly as good in Monster Train 2. Also, I think people sort of overvalued it for the wrong reasons in Monster Train 1. It was quite good in Monster Train 1, but not for some of the reasons people say. Regardless, we're still taking it. It's decent, and Restore is bad. And also, if we do end up going with her Incant path, this does matter to us. Since it gives the extra drop return. It's just a generally good Incant card. Don't love Malachus Pyre, but at least it's not Pyre of Entropy again. Squad Leader is a thing. Glow Up is good. Vine Grasp is pretty good. I'm going to tell you right now, we're probably taking Root Split Mask. But just to do my due diligence. Okay. Technically, it's not only spells. It can hit units that are in the draft pool, as in non-banner units. But if we did Shattered Halo, Tome of Evergrowth is a good pick here. Unearthed Treasure is good. I'm not wild about Contagious or Racking Pain or Deadly Variant, but they can all work. Spike of the Legion is good-ish. And Fungi in Suit is obviously quite good too. And then on the Awoken side of things, could do Spreading Spores. Could do Unleash the Wildwood, though I don't super care about that. Cycle of Life is good. Like, it's not a terrible pool to be doing Shattered Halo with. It is a questionable pool in some ways, but it's not altogether terrible. If Spreading Spores will be any good as with Under Legion, yes, that is true. I'm vaguely tempted to take it, especially looking for like Cycle of Life and maybe Spreading Spores. But I don't think that's really that great a play. The max HP does give us an out against Savagery and like the sweep units there. Obviously there are other things we can do too, like just sap them or kill them in other ways. But it's a vaguely interesting proposition. Also, like, again, Evergrowth Tome, or whatever that's called, is great. Being able to sap enemies or apply regen to allies is solid. But Root Split Mask is the safer pick, and also with a decay-focused build, means that we get one more turn of them just chilling on top floor, being ticked down with decay, and that's pretty good. It's a little awkward early game, because then we have to... If we are parked on top floor, it is more time for enemies to just be beating on us, and that's not great. Nonetheless, I'll take Root Split Mask, even though it's a little awkward to start with. Okay. So, I think we're taking Everbloom here. Especially since we do have the squad leader to start. I know there's a lot of people who, whenever they see Maneater, pick Maneater. It's a good path. I do think people are heavily overvaluing it, though. And our other paths are very good. Maneater is definitely my least favorite of the paths. It's still good, but it does not do as much what you need it to be doing. Unfortunately, I can't put a Shield Steward with you and still play out the squad leader as well. Lion's Mane is a great champ, good on all paths. Yes, absolutely true. Okay, we're gonna do this. And hope that we draw a Spear Steward on turn 1 so we can fill out top floor. Which we did. For a moment I thought that we didn't, and I was like, oh darn, we didn't draw it, and then I'm literally staring right at it. Okay, and we can kill that. Unsurprisingly. Like, we had a lot of things in the deck that we could have drawn, namely any Spore Touch or the Vine Grass would do it. Do I actually want to Spore Touch one of these? I think we're still playing out you, though. There was definitely value to be had in killing some of these guys before they could hurt us more, but okay, I should probably focus on just buffing the fungi as much as I can, but the more of these I'm killing early, the less I'm losing fungi to them as well, which seems useful. Okay. Well, we should be in pretty good shape. We've just been buffing that Spear Steward this whole time. The fungi just acts as a big wall. Also, he doesn't get Slay triggers on the fungi. Or at least not per stack. If he kills the entire group, then he'd get the Slay trigger. But fungi deaths trigger Harvest. They don't trigger Slay. If they did, he would have been way more threatening, as he would have been getting multiple stacks of rage per turn. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, we're taking the holdover glow up, especially because dualism on Green Recruit doesn't mean anything, and overall, it's just kind of awkward. It's a cool unit. It's just that it's hard to fit because the fungi take up extra capacity anyways, and oftentimes it's easier and better to just use the fungi to overstack a floor, in which case you don't have any capacity to play out the Green Recruit on that floor. Anyways, we're taking the glow up. It's pretty solid. Vine Grasp is a no. The Sting is not bad with Spell Chain. Razor Sharp Edge is, you know, it's useful, but it's not what we need. And also, I think it needs a numbers buff in Monster Train 2. We are definitely going here. I would happily take Amorous Inoki. Would more happily take Enchantrell. Yeah. We'll take the Amorous Inoki. I don't use Amorous Inoki often, but in this instance, it is a way to, for sure, be dealing with the savagery problem. Or at least it mitigates that problem. Part of the problem with Squad Leader is that, like, there's no good upgrades for Squad Leader, more or less. it has terrible base stats, so it's harder to use it as like a frontliner. Also, you can't really use it as a frontliner anyways, because your fungi are going to be there. Technically, there are ways to like advance him, but most of those ways still just work better with a fungi. And like I can give him multi-strike, but I have no ways to buff him basically. I've got the root seeds, but I don't know. I mean, we are probably just giving him HP. The HP matters less since we have Amorous and Oki. I think I was mostly just debating if I wanted to do the HP before re-rolling. I think we do, because I'd still have 130 after the roll. Yeah. Like, that's not terribly impressive, but regen 2 is okay. This is definitely the worst upgrade in the game, probably. It just serves seemingly no purpose. But, hey. Well, we're doing this. The problem is I need a way to convert this into damage still. Like, I've got enough to get me through the early rings, but I definitely do not have enough to get me through the later rings yet. And that's just something we're going to have to deal with. Unfortunately, the minus Ember does really fuck with us. Okay. But with the extra HP, the fungi are not dying as easily. Well, overall, it's going okay. Root Split Mass coming in vaguely clutch, preventing us from taking damage. Oh, I didn't play at the holdover one. That's fine. I'm not too worried about it. You're dead. This does more damage than the Spore Touch does, so... There we go. But we should be in great shape. We've got 31 regen on our dudes. Soon to be a lot more. And so even though we take a little bit of damage attacking, but then we've got plenty of HP and plenty of regen. In which case, we just kind of stomp over the boss. Yeah. Spawning pods is not bad. Infectory. So, these are all vaguely useful. Rot does give me better damage against some higher priority targets. Infectory is useful. I'm still just going to start with the spawning pods. The intrinsic on it is a decent start. Honestly, the Sharpen does help. I kind of want the Vine Grass because it's Spell Chain, but I'm going to take Sharpen, I guess. I really want Merchant of Magic. That's what I want. But we're doing this. Okay. Grafter random equipment can fuck us, and I don't love taking that option. Gain a random graft unit, I might be willing to do, but probably not. Because mostly the options aren't going to matter. Like, Twisted Back is good, but we already are getting Trample on the Fungi stack anyways. Obviously, we wouldn't have the Rage on Strike that it gives, so there is still value in it, but not terribly important. The Lifesteal from the Vampire Tooth doesn't matter. We are already, like, it just doesn't matter. There is Dual Armed Bearer, or whatever it's called, which gets Multi-Strike, which is nice. I don't remember if I can decline by doing this. Anyways, we're just going to leave. Oh, there's the Spikes one. I knew there was one that I was forgetting. I always forget about that one. But that's fine. Whatever. So, I might take this Bloodthirsty Blade. Spell Sanctum is also fairly appealing. Since it just makes everything way easier to play and is pretty good with like the root seeds. I'm just kind of intrigued by the idea of Bloodthirsty Blade going on to the Fungi stack. Since they will have Trample, if I'm giving them Spikes, it also will feed them kills from enemies ramming into the Spikes. So, like, that all is an option. Nonetheless, we're going to take that. I guess I'm going to take that and Greed. And here we are. I don't know. Is that the correct choice? Uncertain. Hello, Glacier. How you been? How's your day going and all that jazz? We are definitely taking damage in this fight. Who cares? Whatever. It's fine. Oh, I'm sorry. Slightly wrong ordering here. Just because the Inoki has Rally, and so we should play her first, so that our dudes get buffs. Anyways, we are going to take some damage from Pyre Hunter, Archeon. I'm not too worried about it. Okay, well, we already have a decent stack of Fungi. Yeah, we take damage, yada. That's fine. We're gonna take a fair bit of damage from things. I'm not too worried about it. So I do want to do the Sharpen, but also I want to get rid of the Calcified Ember. And since I do have Trample, I actually am probably fine to just get rid of it right now. But I'm going to play that anyways. Yeah, no matter what, we're taking pyro damage. It's fine. I'm at full health. It's okay. We got third in our race tonight. What kind of race? Is this boat racing? Boat racing? Because I'm pretty sure that's what you said you were doing before. And I'm rendering a video right now. Gotcha. Sailboat? Gotcha. Well, congrats. Nicely done. Alright, our big, beautiful fungi stack is growing as we feed him ever more kills. Hello, Ashiaka. Thanks for the raid. How you doing, friend? We're gonna get rid of the Calcified Ember, even though it'd be nice to let the Sharpen. That's fine. And yet more damage comes our way. Well, so far we've given every kill to the fungi, which is nice. Oops. Like, that was the whole point of the Bloodthirsty Blade, so. And we can't make it deployable, but other than that, there's no possible world where we won't have a stack of fun guys to play it on whenever we draw it, so. Like, overall, it's gonna go pretty well. I am tired. Literally just ended turn when I knew it was going to kill me because I'm an idiot. I think I might have been able to get further if I set up differently and or just eat the damage from the invasion trial. Yeah, fair enough. We've all been there. Well, Fungi in a suit is real cute. Awoken Rail Spike is probably what we should take, especially because it has intrinsic and that just gives us a hugely great start, kind of. Although, if I'm using Awoken's Rail Spike, I would probably want to make sure I am doing deployable Spell Sanctum. Because if I draw into the Spell Sanctum off of the Rail Spike, I still won't be able to play it. Does Adaptive do silly things with Squad Leader? Great question. I actually don't know how that interacts with the Fungi stack in that regard. Yeah, I actually don't know. I'm not too worried about it. I'm not going to take it, but I am curious now. Don't know. And I currently have 4 Deployment Ember. We're going to go to 6. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely doable. Vine Mother is real bad. I mean, like, this is sort of the time to use it. I would use Prickly Puffball, except that I've long passed the point where I care about that. I know it's not, but this looks like Capricious Reflection right now. So it's the Pyre that gives us Capricious Reflection, essentially. But Unmastered Pog? I mean, yeah, legitimately this is not a bad time for Vine Mother, kind of. But I'm not going to take it nonetheless. Literally one of 2 rare units that I need to master. I'm being taunted. Yeah, I know the feel. How you doing, Tiny? The second best Pyre. How dare you, Ether? Even in jest, you hurt me. Oh. Hell yeah, Capricious Reflection at home. Now you just need actual Capricious Reflection. We are never, ever, ever going to take Capricious Reflection when we have Malekith's Pyre. I mean, again, if someone wants to, like, donate 100 subs, fine. I'll do it for the memes. But as a general statement, I am never going to subject myself to that. I know some people enjoy it. It is not the life for me. Anyways, we're skipping this. We are definitely taking Ember. Okay. I really want Merchant of Arms. And unfortunately, I don't get one until here. I don't think it's worth going to the Merchant of Trinkets, because I don't have a ton of gold. There are a number of good artifacts we could get, but we're just going to go here. That's fine. I'm pretty happy with Spell Chain on that. I am pretty okay with just -1 here, but I also would be pretty happy. I would be happier with Intrinsic. We're just gonna do that. I could also double stack that. Okay, fine. Do I really think that's necessary? No. Am I doing it anyways? Yeah. Yeah, I am. I'll be honest, forgot there was a dupe here already. I really didn't want Man-Eater. I really wanted Spore Singer so we could just get the decay per turn. Not that that tons matters to me, but neither do any of the other things. Man-Eater's okay here. I'm not doing a bunch of etching. I'm doing enough that I'd get some benefit from it, because like turn 1, I do have 2 consume cards I'm playing. So like it's fine. But I think we're just gonna pivot Man-Eater 2. Like, that's fine. So we've got a number of choices. I lean towards doing Squad Leader here. Just because I have exactly enough capacity to fit one more Squad Leader. And then it makes our Fungi stack even bigger and more powerful and more beautiful. Do I think it matters? Not really. Especially when we're powering up the Bloodthirsty Blade. But it's still helpful. The alternative is that we dupe the Glow Up, which is... that represents a lot of power for us. Nonetheless, here we go. Kel, at least, is not going to be a problem for us for once. Although the annoying enemies in the meantime will be a problem. Do I want to set up on a lower floor so there are less scourges I have to deal with? Kind of. I just don't know that I bulk up fast enough. Let's find out. Okay. Right. Okay, enjoy your blade. Let's find out what we draw. Unfortunately, can't... oh, no, we can't play the Sharpen. I did think about this before. And then I was just tricked for a moment looking at it incorrectly. Anyways, there we go. You're going to do no damage. And then you die to the spikes. And we're good. How absolutely, incredibly, truly thrilling. Yeah, we're pretty good now. And then you do no damage, because why not? Technically, it means that you're not attacking the spikes, but that also just doesn't matter to me. Yes, look at our beautiful fungi stack grow. Okay. Perfect turn 1. It was a good turn 1, but again, this is why we took the things we took and set up the way we did. And the Spell Sanctum is doing a lot of work for us. It'll be way nicer once I get it deployable, because we have exactly enough Ember to play it during deployment. And then it's good. It's good for us. Does a lot of work. And get Void Armin. I mean, that is the ideal, kind of. The problem is that if I make it cost any more than 1, if I don't draw it on the first turn, or the opening hand, I should say, then there's the possibility that we draw it off of the Woken Rail Spike, and then I'm unable to play it out because it would still cost 3 after the cost reduction. I'm gonna do this just for my own enjoyment. It also still doesn't kill my guys because I have a ton of regen and they have a bunch of extra HP. And also we kill Kel pretty quickly. Thanks to the big giant wall of fun guy. Yeah, there's really no downside to taking the mulch. Yeah, Preserve Thorns is pretty okay here. Bramble Ash is kind of cute because I am actually building up. I am building up spikes, so it does do reasonable damage. Focus Growth, I'd really be taking basically just for the Holy Stone, but we're doing this. Okay, we're going here. 100%, absolutely, we're going here. Sure, enjoy. I would have done that in the Preserve Thorns, but I can't, so I won't. I don't need to do that, because it will cost 0 once, it will cost 0 once we have the Spell Sanctum set up, so we're just not going to worry about that. I guess I'll just not spend more. Also, I have removals anyways. So, you get Got, and we're going to get rid of a Spore Touch as well. And then this is going to be the Holdover Glow Up. Okay, look at us go. We don't have any reason we need to set up on bottom floor this time. We can still probably do it, but it is just better for us not to. Okay. So, now we have a little bit of time to bulk up. Enjoy your reasonably powerful blade. Sadly, we don't have the spikes on him yet, so we're not propagating spikes. But, that's pretty okay. Yeah, I'm gonna play this out. It does mean that we don't play the Sharpen this turn, but that's okay. I will draw back into it reasonably fast. Oh, oops. I can't play that. It probably would have been okay to Spore Touch my own dude. I just chose not to. And that's fine. Technically, you're sapping me, but in actual practice, that doesn't matter for the fun guy. I gain effectively more power per spellcast than I lose, at least on the fun guy. Everyone else is fucked, but they're not really representing meaningful damage from me anyways. Okay. And now we're propagating spikes too. And, you know, just actually playing out 10 spikes a turn as well, so. Look at us go. Do I actually need to play out all these spells at this point? No. Not particularly. Am I going to? Yeah. I definitely will. Make sure I don't accidentally put the decay on my own unit. Like, it's not a big deal if we did. We have so much extra buffer HP on our fungi, and we have 234 regen. We're doing okay. Like, we're not actually losing stacks of fungi. I could have done the Spore Touch on Quoto to start getting rid of some of his, Titan skin. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's not a big deal. I would rather just make more fungi. And yes, our deck has essentially devolved into just play every single spell in our hand every single turn. Because that's all we need to do. But that's okay. It's still pleasing to see the giant stack get ever larger. Okay. Well, everyone else is sapped to oblivion, but the fungi stack does not care. Mushy Room is kind of cute. Grow Room doesn't really matter. Bloodthirsty Blade is up to 52. Not bad. I guess we'll take the Mushy Room. It doesn't matter a ton. And I don't care about any of those. Okay, we are 100% going here. Because I very much want to make my thing deployable. Zone of Silence is a maybe. And Void Armament is also a maybe. Could take Spike of the Stygian just to sap Dominion during the Titan fight. Don't love it, but technically it's an option. Whatever, fine, I'll take it. I don't really like it, but here we are. Okay, and do I want to do the Void Armament situation? I think the answer is no. It's good for us, except that it's very possible for me to whiff the ability to play the Bloodthirsty Blade. So we're not going. Okay, I think I can get... I did this in the wrong order, but that's okay. I am not going to worry about it. I could set up on higher floor, but I think we will get strong enough on turn 1 to set up bottom floor. Okay, I should have done this before. Because I could have been propagating those spikes too. And I could do this for 1. Yeah, I'm fine with doing that. I don't really need to, like, min-max the sap on that. Can't play the Mushroom, that's okay. I could have played it before doing the spike, but I wanted to draw as many cards as I could, so that's why we did it the way that we did. And then again, we're essentially sorted now. We just make this fun guy stack as big as can be, since we are already past the point where we needed to be. Sapping the dude does prevent him from applying corruption. Again, we should be okay. We're generating so much extra HP and regen that shouldn't really fuck us either way. But it still feels better. What does Maneater ability do? At this rank, it has a 1 cooldown, and it applies Sap 2 and Decay 5 to you. So we can use it every turn to neuter the strength of an enemy and get some damage over time on them. At higher ranks, it ups the value of it, and also makes it start applying Mute to enemies. So that's what we're working towards. Mind you, again, I would have taken Spore Stinger if it were offered. Although, on this specific run, Maneater is actually pretty reasonable for us. Just because I don't really need any other damage output. And I'm not doing any meaningful decay things anyways. There was a time where we might have pivoted in that direction, but we are long past that time. We definitely do not need to worry about that. Okay, once again, many of the enemies just die to the spikes, and then we trample over everything that remains, and we just keep feeding the Bloodthirsty Blade. Our spikes are up to 116 and growing. It's a shame we're not propagating, like, damage shields, too, but in realistic practice, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Also, if I really, really wanted to, I could also be using the glow-ups on, like, Kale to propagate his sap. But, again, when I've just got heaping gobs of... when I've got heaping gobs of regen, who cares? Okay. I'm just trying not to just deprive my guy of the Slay triggers, which is why we're not hitting with the Sting. And then we'll let him murder a couple things. Tome of Evergrowth is cute. Shard Chandler would be cute if I could fit it on the floor, which I cannot. Obviously, I could take capacity here, but I don't think that's worth me caring about. Take space and dupe Shard Chandler. I mean, I could. In actual practice, it does not matter to us. It's a mastery. Yeah, but I like to do mastery in a run where it's actually relevant to my needs. Also, even if I take capacity, if I don't... Well, essentially, if I don't draw them in my opening hand, I would only be able to fit one anyways, since I am naturally using up all my capacity, and then the fun guy is going over capacity. So even if I take extra capacity, I essentially am only net gaining one capacity. It's mostly just, do I want Tome of Evergrowth? And I guess the answer is... yes? Maybe? Sure. I'm just gonna take the draw. It makes the early things slightly better. Merchant of Arms does not matter. Merchant of Magic only vaguely matters. But if we hit like Spell Chain, that's good. Ta-da, there we are. Okay. I guess we'll do it like that. Most things don't matter to me at this point. No. Okay, so Maneater 2, it's now 3 sap, 10 decay, and mute 1. Which is nice. Yeah, we'll leave it like that for now. Yep, alright, we're setting up on bottom floor, although it's a little questionable. Just because there's a lot of bulk in this fight. But I would like to avoid the amalgam damage if I can. Yeah, and you have dualism, so we put the tome on you because you are the one who gets... You double the effect of it, so... That is the correct choice. Just propagate sap on heavies if they get away. I mean, that is the plan. I do kind of want to do the mushy room here, but I would much rather see what I draw, especially because getting the Bloodthirsty Blade is really helpful. You've got 9 sap on you, you're still taking a big chunk of damage, and the backliner dies from attacking to the spikes. So we get that taken care of at least. And then we should be fine in a moment, because, well, we didn't quite kill the first heavy. We're basically taken care of now. A little bit more sap. Don't actually need to be doing those. Oh, sort of wrong ordering, but we'll do it like this. That's fine. Okay, so you've still got, what, 10 sap on you? Yeah, and as long as I've got at least 5 sap on you, you're not doing damage, and you should die within that time frame. I still maybe want to give you one more. Yeah, whatever. This is a way where we aren't going to take the amalgam damage. I'm a little... Oh, I forgot that you're rooted. Well, that's fine. Let's do that so you're at least doing less damage to my dudes. Yeah, so I did propagate his root, so he's just stuck here for a while. So we'll just keep building up our strength for the moment. Okay, so we do that. Have a mushy room, so you're going to get more sap if I allow you to ascend, which I have not decided if that's the case yet. I think the answer is no. Yeah, we'll do that. It just guarantees that I am not taking damage from you. I'm pretty confident we're already fine anyways, especially because I'd be giving you 3 more sap on the ascend, but also, who cares? Okay, I need to not sap the backliners, at least not with the 6 sap, because I do need them to attack in here, because the fun guy is not strong enough to kill them through the double amalgams yet. So I do need the spikes to do their job. I mean, obviously I could also be killing them with like the Vine Grasp and things like that, but I want to get all the kills on the fungi if I can. And so that is just what we're going to do. I mean, it doesn't actually matter if I'm using these abilities. No enemy is surviving here, so... Oh no! Athane is getting stronger! Chickens are so mean. I mean, I think they're a good unit to... a good enemy to exist in the game. They can be rough, but I think they serve a good purpose. Okay. Well, the mulch is largely unnecessary, but it has spell chain, so I'll take it. I could take truffles, but I'm not going to. It's a good design, but mean as hell. I mean, that's fair. Edge Spire is bad. Pyre Shards is intrinsic, which means it's a free extra card, so I will take it. If it were not an extra card, I would probably not use it, but it is, so I will. I think we're just going here for the dupe on the holdover glow up and just remove some things. I don't really need to worry about the jack strips. I will take Evolutionary Instinct. I guess we'll take Petrified Crucible. I think largely these things don't matter to me. But they're the things I've done nonetheless. Okay, and then we're doing that. I could give multi-strike to something. Enjoy. Why not? I mean, I could just save onto that gold, you know, for score purposes, but we're not going to worry about it. So the melee weakness is a bit of a concern, but I think we'll be okay. Oh. Inoki first. Okay, you get that. Okay, so we are going to do this, which then gets rid of your enchant. So they are hitting for a lot less. They're still hitting for a non-small amount, but we just need to get high enough that we're okay. Also, I can do this anyways and just make it so you're doing 0 damage. Unfortunately, we don't have the Bloodthirsty Blade yet, which does represent a fair chunk of our power. Nonetheless, he's largely dead. Oh, we're not killing you yet, but you have a bunch of sap. That's fine. You can take care of it. And we did get rid of the melee weakness without, you know, taking too much meaningful pain. Okay, I do want you up front. Oh, and I don't have enough for the sharpen now. Well, that's not too big an issue. Mushy top because of root. That's fair. It doesn't really matter. Like, you make a valid point, but realistically right here, it's fine. Okay, whatever, we'll do that anyways. Okay. Yeah, I maybe should have just done Man-Eater on the Amalgam, but I didn't. We are very close to the kill, though. There we are. Okay. And you guys already have Root 3 on you, thanks to the Evolutionary Instinct, because the moment you go up here, it applies a third effect to you, and then it procs that. So I'm not going to worry about fucking around with you yet. I'll just leave you to your own devices, and we'll keep building up strength here. This is why we took Amorous Inoki, by the way, because it means that I can just tank the hits from the sweepers. There were plenty of other ways for me to deal with it, too. Like, I could be doing a lot more with my sap situation, but I don't need to. So I won't. I mean, it helps that I'm very good at spawning fun guys, so. Yeah, we're not going to sap them because I just want to make sure that they are dying to the spikes. Okay. There's a lot of bulk on the enemy side, but it is not enough to stop us. Not when I've got Trample and I've got 86 spikes. Oh, I did mean to extend your root, but it doesn't really matter. Mind you, by sapping him, he's no longer going to take the spike damage, but that's okay. Okay. Uh, 24 sap is enough on you. Or 12 sap, but, you know, 24 damage reduction. Especially because it gets more... No, it doesn't, but... Either. It's fine. It's enough. Because, like, it looks like it's doing more damage currently just because... well, even then it's at 0, but... It won't have the enchant from Seraph once it's going to the Pyre Room, so... It's just not a concern, is ultimately all I'm trying to say. Ta-da! Like, it's a little sad that I missed out on the slays for the Bloodthirsty Blade, but aside from that, we're doing okay. Oh boy, look at our 130 spikes. Way too much regen. Yeah, like 400-ish regen on every unit. And we got a lot of fun guys. It would have been nicer if we'd been able to fit even more squad leaders on the floor, but that was not the world we lived in. And frankly, it doesn't really matter. Do I need to be doing this? No. Am I doing it? Yeah, for sure. Okay, and just for good measure, we're going to mute you just because we can. And then the big, beautiful fungi stack beats some enemies to death. Alright. Now, we should be in good shape versus the Titans. Does killing via spikes count as slay? It does. Which is partly why we took the Bloodthirsty Blade. I mean, the Bloodthirsty Blade was good for us a number of reasons, but particularly having the spikes meant that we could funnel kills to it more efficiently. So yeah, anyways, that's the plan. So you go down first, because I remember my own rule. Okay, now, hopefully... so, let's make some fungi. Let's give that to you. We're going to mute you so that you are not going to fuck with us for a while. Okay. So I currently draw 7 off of that. I think I care more about that than the Mushy Room. So, we're going to do that here. Yeah, because what I really wanted to draw... I mean, there's a number of things I wanted to draw, but one of them was the Spike of the Stygian. Unfortunately, don't have a lot of Ember to sink into it, but it at least means that I can get some sap on you. And that means that then I can do this fight without taking any pyre damage. Because now we just need to keep propagating the sap that's on Dominion. As long as unit lives. Yeah, I'm going to say right now, my unit's going to live just fine. Oh, you're talking about the Slay trigger. Yeah, that part is, that is a bug. And I expect that they're going to fix that in whenever they do the next patch. But yeah, as far as units not gaining Slay triggers when they die at the same time, that is just a bug. And not how it used to work in Monster Train 1. Okay. I will do this now just so I don't forget to do it later, even though it's a little unnecessary. You have enough mute to last for a while, and then we'll just keep powering this up. And there we go. But yeah, unfortunately, like, little Icarus Fade is the one who is most affected by that bug right now. Mostly it doesn't matter for other things, but unfortunately for Fade, it does make little Icarus, which is already a weaker path in Monster Train 2, makes it a lot worse at the moment. Which is unfortunate, and I definitely look forward to that getting fixed. Little Fade sad noises, yeah. Pretty much. Alright, so you still have mute, you're still not hurting my pyre, just double checking, everything's fine. We'll just keep doing that. Also, I forgot to mute you so that you wouldn't be adding Curse of Entropy to me. Which, if I had done that in the correct order, I could have gotten that to propagate with the Evolutionary Instinct. Not a big deal, because I can also just keep doing it to you every turn if I want, but it was a mistake nonetheless. Okay, so if I do that, you'll still have one attack, so you will hit onto the spikes. Though it does mean that I am not muting you this turn, which is a little bit of a mistake. It's fine, it's whatever. I'm not going to worry about it too much. The enemies do get... yeah, I should have done this first. I mean, I've got enough health to handle it, but it is still better if I'm not letting the enemies get +5 attack per incant, of which I do many. Although, again, it means that I'm not muting you. I'm going to do that before I forget. And I need to do that next turn for you to keep the mute going. Kind of. It's not entirely a concern, because it'll loop back down to bottom floor and I can reapply the mute with Maneater if I want. But it would be nice to prevent that. Technically, I could be using the Stings and the Vine Grass on Dominion, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we're going to remember to do that. Have some more. Have some more. You know what? Have some more. It also increases your frostbite, which is largely a meaningless concern. Okay. Still a little bit of ways to go. Oh, you don't have any attack now, so you don't get to attack into the spikes. It's only 100 damage or so, so not too big a deal, but it would be nice. Okay, have some mute. Have some more sap, who cares? We are in good shape, even if I have to wait one more cycle to deal with Savagery, sadly. Oh, apparently I don't. Never mind, I got you lower than I thought I did. Or more specifically, I just for some reason thought that I wasn't killing Entropy this turn, so never mind, we're good. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason I thought that Savagery had a bit more HP, and so I'd have to wait for him to cycle back down to bottom floor before I could kill him. That's not true. There we go. And then yet, another no damage Titan fight. Just because we were able to sap Dominion and we were able to mute Savagery and nothing else about the fight really mattered to us. How thrilling. which brings us to 67. Wonderful, exciting crowns. Yeah. Yeah, Lion's Mane's cool. I like her. She does become sort of spammy later in the run sometimes, which can be a little underwhelming, but I really like her visual design. I think her paths are really cool. Under Legion as a whole is my favorite of the new clans. Like, she's cool. And rather strong. Alright, have a nice night, Fury. So, which crown are we doing next? Maybe Lazarus, because we haven't done anything with Lazarus tonight. I kind of want to do Luna. And do another Eka one. Maybe Eka Stygian. Or Eka Umbra. Let's just do Eka Stygian. Okay, I don't love Frozen Lance, but we definitely want it for Eka more than we want Foregone Power, since 2 of her 3 paths are going to be conduit focused, and this benefits from conduit, and this doesn't. So, there we go. Fairly easy decision. Life Mothers could be interesting. Cold Kalia, not my favorite choice here, but it can be okay. Meddler is fine. It's fine. It's not bad if we... Again, 2 of her 3 paths would benefit from it. It's not, like, great phase control for Moon Cycle Eka. Kind of. Like, if you put Endless on it, you can do some decent work. So long as you are guaranteeing that the Meddler is still dying every turn. It's not my favorite way to do it. It does work, though. And with Silver Empress, it would early game give us basically all the phase control we need. Especially since we have 2 of them and it's a 2 cooldown. Anyways, it's an okay start. Unicards without upgrades cost less, or Crown of the Eternal to fully heal Eka each turn. The problem with full healing Eka each turn is that she doesn't have a lot of HP. She does if we go Moon Cycle, I guess. And the problem with the units without upgrades cost less is that I mostly don't give a shit. Technically, right now it applies to the Meddlers and it would apply to the Spear Stewards, which makes us slightly less likely to take damage from the Vengeful Shards and slightly more able to play out like the Crypt Builders. I don't really care. It's gonna look weird. I'm gonna take this. Yeah, this is why I took it, in case this was the choice available to us. Specifically, because I hadn't decided yet if I wanted to do Moon Cycle or Silver Empress. I lean at the moment towards taking Moon Cycle. Partly because it powers up the Sweeper, and because if we can build up decent HP on her, then we are getting decent work out of the Crown of the Eternal. Silver Empress is not bad, especially when we have attuned Crypt Builders. We can just blow up enemies. And I mean, like, with the Frozen Lances and the Witch Weaves as starters, anytime we're in Silver Empress, we do just basically blow up the enemies. And obviously that's going to get better as we get more, like, spells. It really just becomes we need phase control. But the Meddlers do decent work for that right now. I don't know. I kind of want to take Silver Empress just because I don't play it as often. Fine. We'll do it. I think Moon Cycle is probably the better choice for us here, but that's fine. Okay. You're going to go bottom floor. You go there. You're going there. And you go there. Yeah, I was afraid you'd be there, but we do have that. And we are going to play double Meddler because it means that I have perfect phase control now. I can always have it at whatever phase I want. Yeah, sadly, can't save you. But whatever, fine. Okay, we get a lot of damage on him from building up the Frostbite while his staff wears off. He does heal 30, but whatever. So we're gonna do that, which is enough to kill. And if it weren't, that would just be the only one we're playing this turn. So then we could use her ability to grab another Crypt Builder next turn. Also, there's a great chance we just have a Crypt Builder next turn. Anyways, could have used her ability and the Meddler's ability to give us Full Moon with a Crypt Builder and just blow them up. So that's the thing. Celestial Storm is real good. Silver Strike is also fairly cute. But we're going to take the Celestial Storm. Is this a world where I take Energy Siphon? Maybe. That's a solid maybe. Mollusk Mage also kind of cute. I do like Helical quite a bit too. The problem being is that I have a fair number of expensive spells. Also, out of curiosity, how much Conduit is it at rank 3? I think 60? 70. Okay. I'll take the Energy Siphon even if that gives me a Calcified Ember, which I don't love. We're going here. Interesting spread. Give me Lunar Priestess. No. I mean, Selene Acolyte is not bad for us. I do want the Incant Armor. But we're gonna do this. Am I really gonna do that? Maybe. Fine. I am not wild about that, but that's the thing that's happening. Also need to remember that I do have a Life Mother's Pyre. The -1 Ember is a problem. Because it means that I can't play any of my expensive spells. But, okay. Okay, enjoy. Enjoy. Well, let's kill those and sacrifice the Spear Steward, I guess. Well, really would like to draw the Meddlers. We're doing okay, but it is questionable. So how much attack would you have not in full moon? You'd have the same amount, because it's just that you don't have... Never mind, we'd lose the conduit. I knew there was a reason your attack goes down. Well, I didn't want the meddler to die, but fine. Yeah, this part's not great. I mean, I guess we just play you out, because I'll still have the phase control for next turn. And by that I mean I'll be in the right phase. The problem is that I lose basically all of my power once Eka dies. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's tenable. This is about what I expected. And why I was wary of taking the trial, but I always take the trial because that's the rules. You will just murder me like this because Life Mother's Pyre has bad stats and you gain defense every turn. I don't know that it's feasible for me to win this. I mean, I could just, like, put the Acolyte on the same floor as, like, a Shield Steward, and that's sort of okay. It's not great. I can, like, do that, and that's sort of okay. You don't have conduit this turn. Well. Yeah. Draw order, not going so great for us. Well, whatever. Fine. Yeah, not what I was hoping to draw. I was just hoping to draw... I mean, I don't know why I did it anyways, because I don't even have Full Moon. I was thinking that I wanted to draw one of the Witch Weaves to heal my dude, but that doesn't matter, since I don't have Full Moon either way. I mean, I could use the Meddler to get Full Moon, I suppose, but... Well, let's see what we can do. I suspect the answer is not a lot. Also, I fucked up the moon situation here. Because I totally had the control over it, and I still somehow chose to be in the wrong phase. Although I could do that and do that first. Oh, I know why. It's because I played the Meddler. That's what threw everything off. I forgot that they changed phase on entry. Yeah, I mean, I think I just lose on this battle. Namely because not having... Not having the 3 Ember turn does hurt. Because it means I can't use, like, the Crypt Builder or the Celestial Storm, which are my only meaningful damage things. And with Ekka, they would be doing a good chunk of damage, and I can sort of reliably... I mean, there's a lot of things. Because I could also just be taking less damage against enemies. Unfortunately, you don't do a lot of damage if I don't have Ekka on the same floor. And I really needed just more defense. That's fine. I'll let it die. I did it to myself. With this clan combo, I find having a tank shark is much more consistent. I mean, yes... When I went to the Merchant of Steel, I was really not looking for Selene Acolyte. I took it anyways. That was my mistake. There are a number of things I could have done better. But that's fine. We're taking Whetstone here. And I wanted Moon Cycle just because it would have been nice with the Astrologer. I mean, it's fine. We're taking Incant Ekka. Classic Ekka run. I don't think Ekka's as bad as people make her out to be. I would not be surprised if she gets some early game buffs in upcoming patches. But for the most part, like, yeah, she has a bad early game, but I think for the most part that can be mitigated fairly decently if you are playing conscious of that. Which, again, I did not in that. I should not have taken the trial. I should have probably gone for the Stygian unit rather than the Lunar unit, or not taken the multi-strike and aggressively rolled for defense. Yada, yada, yada. I also could have put the Incant armor on the Steward instead of the Meddler, which I'd considered doing, and that would have been a lot more helpful. Yada, yada, yada. There are a lot of things I could have done, and I just didn't. I guess I'll kill you, even though I'm missing out on it and can't that way. But then it makes this guy a little lower on health and easier to kill. They are not actually dying there. So instead, we'll do that. Unfortunately, we're in the wrong phase for the Silver Strikes. Oh, that doesn't kill. Whoops. I still want to do that, even though you heal back some. I mean, I have enough Ember to play all of these, so I don't know why I'm debating anything here. Okay, we do some damage to you, and then the Astrologer will do a good chunk of damage to you now. Not enough damage, especially since you have the Titan skin, so I can't even hurt you with those. But, that's fine. We take one hit on the Pyre, and then finish you off. Because it's Proto-Heart Cage. The most boring of Pyres. But not as bad. Not as bad as Pyre of Entropy. Bloody Moon is fine. We're going to take Cover of Night, because it's real good. Kind of want the Energy Siphon, though I'm generally disappointed by it. And I'm going to take the Crypt Builder, even though I feel like I probably shouldn't. So I do kind of want to go here, but getting like a Stygian in Can's unit is real good for us, and also there's other good things to do here. I mean, that's not the one I had in mind. It is very much the greedy choice. Unfortunately, it doesn't, like, really work that well for us. Kind of. I'm still going to take it, even though I will tell you right now, the correct choice is to not do that. Yeah, we'll just do it like this for now. Ideally, I just want like large stone on the Eel Gorgon. And again, it's a little questionable to be taking the minus number. That's fine. We've done it. Okay. But yeah, like, Luna doesn't have a lot of ways to buff the attack power of the Eel Gorgon, which is part of what makes this questionable. Similarly, Stygian has no ways to buff its attack power, basically. I do have the cover of Knight, which can do that. And also, frankly, if you're doing enough attacks, it's sort of okay that you are not directly buffing its attack. But, see what we can do. That eel's gonna turn Unagi-don so fast. Yeah, that's something, I suppose. Also, I'm not doing a good job of encamping top floor, but I was trying to get rid of the Scourge dudes. Well, still taking some damage, but that's workable. I can heal back the damage, among other things. I need you dead so that you don't give me a Scourge card going into the next turn. Yeah, unfortunately... Yeah. Unfortunately, we're not in full moon, but whatever. We do survive this, even if it's not perfect. If we'd gotten one more in cans, we would be fine. As is, we do have to take a fair bit of damage because he gains armor, which puts him just out of the threshold, and he came in with a damage shield, which means we have to waste a shot on that too. Starstruck is not bad. Yeah, I'll take it, even though it gives me more garbage. I kind of want the Energy Siphon just because it's another zero-cost thing, but hey. Knockback Archeon. This boss is annoyingly tanky for second ring boss. We don't have a big gun yet. Yep. Okay, so we have options. I do have attuned whetstone, so if I go here and I grab equipment, it is free for me to play. There are a number of things that would be good with Eel Gorgon, kind of, namely like Bloodthirsty Blade. Luna Cycle Staff would be okay, not amazing. Yada, yada, yada. I can also go here, look for like a large stone, which I think is more reliable for me right now. Also, if this is like Guard of the Unnamed or Siren of the Sea, those are also both okay for me. Just as a way to like, survive. I really want Merchant Magic. I think we're doing this, even though I would really like to go the other route. Healing a bit would be nice after that bad fight, and also just getting some equipment could be good. But here we are. Yeah. That helps quite a fair bit. Well then. You don't say. Okay. Fine. Unfortunately, can't do dualism here. Right. So... I mean, we're definitely taking one of these. The Scourge is, or the Blight is annoying, of course. Honestly, the extra attack for the Eel Gorgon is kind of nice. 20 Corruption on Strike, I don't really give a shit about, but it's kind of cute. Pretty confident we just want to do melee weakness on Strike instead. Although spawning a friendly unit is kind of cute. It lets me pull out, like, a Mollusk Mage later. Doesn't really matter. No Large Stone for Iliad Sad. I did just grab the Large Stone. It is already taken care of. But yeah, pretty confident we're just doing this. Like, that's too strong to turn down. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have enough Ember to play out everything I care about. I kind of want to do the Lodestone Totem so I can start weakening Archeon from the beginning. Even though that means I have to draw into the Eel Gorgon, but I think that is what I'm doing. Okay. Well, we can daze you and start weakening you and start hitting you a bit. And we're just gonna get rid of some garbage from our deck. Oh, I could have killed you. That's fine. Whatever. The eel can't purge dualism, right? It does, because dualism is a yellow thing. Well, sadly I can't play out any of the rest of this. This is why I need to refine my deck. Yeah. Alright, well, at least the eel gets rid of the sap. That's nice. You're super dead. Let's get rid of you. Oh, I'm not killing that guy. Whoops. I could have done it had I just used the other spell, but for some reason I thought I did not need to. Don't know why I thought that, when it was very clearly incorrect. But, for some reason, that's what I thought. Well, mistake were made. Now I'm in a position where I do have to kill everything. Okay, I'm gonna do that even though I'm getting sapped way more than I'm comfortable with. Yep, and all of your sap is worn off. But I'm sorry. Did I see that right? Did I actually need to play out both of those? Because if not, I would rather just play out the Vengeful Shards. Yeah. Especially because I can do like that and do way more damage with the spell weakness that way. Anyways, there we go. Bit clumsy. Really did not need to take the 8 damage that I took, which only really looks this bad because I'm already at low health to begin with. Harness the Titan is a bad spell. Coven Spike doesn't really help us, though it is... I don't know, it's fine. Heaven's Fall is good, except that I don't have the Ember to play it very easily. I still might want to take it, though. It's fairly cute in a number of ways. I think I still skip on it, but there is a world where I use it to just blow up enemies, and I kind of like that world, but we're skipping that. We are skipping these. We are taking Ember, because I do need it. We are definitely going here, because I very much want this. Sure, take the Bloodthirsty Blade. The Glass Cannon, also not bad on the Eel Gorgon, because it does purge the fragile, but here we are. I could pivot to Moon Cycle, though I'm not really Moon Cycling well. That can change in a moment, though. I mean, I don't really need the Incant Conduit. Fine. I'll pivot to Moon Cycle. So I do want this. What I really want, though, is remove Consume. Well... that's a lot less exciting now, isn't it? Fine, I'll do that. It's useful. It's not what I wanted, though. Really wanted other things. It doesn't matter as much if I get the Lodestone Totem good at its job, but we're not quite there yet. That said... okay. Yeah, this is the problem. But I didn't want to not be on bottom floor for a number of reasons. Well, I'm not totally convinced that I can manage that. Probably need to be on mid floor, but it's just the Scourges really fuck with me. Unfortunately, I can't get you, so that is sad. Cripplingly so. Nor can I get rid of the other guy. Anyways, we take some damage. We don't get the collector. Yada, yada, yada. It's okay. These things happen. Yeah, you're dead no matter what. Whatever. I take more damage. It's fine. We are feeding the Eel Gorgon. That's what matters. Mostly. Okay. Well, let's daze you for a round. And then I guess let's do that, because that's the way that I actually kill on this floor, even if I deprive myself of a slay and take 1 damage. My deck is messy, unfortunately. The Merchant of Magic really did not do as much as I had hoped. But it's fine. We're on our way, regardless. Eclipse Chamber does not help. Moonrise we will take, though. Siren Song is an intriguing prospect. That I think I'm ultimately maybe going to skip on. Yeah, I probably should use it. Ultimately, I didn't, though. So Dualism here would be very good. Going here, though, way more important to me. So that's what we're doing. Spell Chain is obviously quite good. The double stack is appealing too, but the spell chain is too good for us to pass up. Unfortunately, if I do that, I can't do... I won't have enough for... What am I trying to say? For remove consume. And for the reroll. You set yourself up to face a chicken swarm with that skip. That's fine. We're okay. But I also don't need the Cover of Night as much now. Honestly, might just Spell Chain the Witch Weave. Alright, we're gonna do this. Are we? Am I really doing that? I'm just wary of doing it on something that's consume in case I never hit remove consume, and it is just so good for me to have just real spell chain things. Fine, we're doing it on Witch Weave. It feels silly. That's what we're doing nonetheless. And this is getting days 2. And then we're just going to minus cost this, even though I should maybe do on the Crypt Builder. Ultimately, don't care that much about the Crypt Builder now. Ethereal Sealy would have been a great pick at a different time, but that's no longer a thing that we care about in the slightest. I'm going to dupe this, honestly, even though it's not my favorite choice, but we need to incant better, and so here we are. Excuse me. Okay. Alright, well, we're at least getting a couple kills here now. Not great, but good enough for the moment. And we gain a little bit of moon cycle power. And now we do even more damage. And we can actually get rid of one of the Calcified Embers. How many more do I have in the deck? I think that was the last one. Okay, we're at least doing fine on that. And we get to power up the Bloodthirsty Blade some. Well, I greedily am not killing everything here. Which is not ideal, but I really wanted the Collector, so... Could daze you too, but that doesn't super help. And instead, hitting here does help a fair bit, because I kill way more. So, there we go. Yeah, well, we take some pyro damage. These things happen. Alright, whatever. Yeah. I'm not doing so great on the whole don't take pyro damage situation, but that's fine. Okay, you're dazed for a little bit. And now you're very dead. Since Eogorgon starts shredding you real nicely. So, that happened. No, Mooncaller's honestly pretty cute, but not really applicable to my needs. Nah, we'll skip Mooncaller. It's nice. Gifts for Guard, I could maybe utilize. Guardian's Amulet would be great if I had a way to offering it, which I don't. Urchin Spines is bad, but fine. Okay. Kind of want to go here. Don't know what we'd actually want to find. Going to the Merchant of Arms, I could bare minimum remove some stuff using the extra gold that's there. I could also maybe make a better equipment, because I do get it for free with the Attuned Whetstone. And so it doesn't matter how much it costs to play. I'm just trying to think of what could we see, because I don't think putting like normally the Mage Blade equipment would be great, except that the Eogorgon will purge that. So that's not an option. Something like Meat Shield doesn't really matter. Overgrown Carapace, well, the Overgrown Carapace only matters if I have enough capacity for it to work. And currently I don't. Oh, that's not true, because what am I talking about? It is Smidge Stoned. So yeah, if I weren't filling up the capacity with anything else, that would work, and actually it's pretty strong. That's a compelling enough reason to look here. Also getting just like, I mean, I don't hate, but also don't need Zone of Silence. I was gonna say Fight Club is also pretty decent here. Like, I wouldn't hate Zone of Silence, except that it is very expensive for me to play. And that is a meaningful detriment to my success, unless we happen to get Dante's Footstool later. But we're not going to worry about that. Hall of Mirrors is cute, but not necessary. I'm going to take this and make that deployable. It means that we won't be playing out the Astrologer on turn 1, but so what? Okay, we're going to try to cut out some of our bad draws, of which there are many for us. Namely, just if I'm being an incant deck, I badly need to be able to incant often. Trample does not help us. Does not help us. Does not help us. I mean, this does sort of help. It's just that it doesn't help the Eel Gorgon, but that's fine. Okay. Obviously, this is a little dangerous, because if we don't kill something, then it murders our pyre all on its own, but that's fine. And having the Fight Club, we now have a fairly strong Eel Gorgon, so he doesn't need that many attacks to kill things. Also, it makes it so Eka and the Lodestone Totem can both contribute as well, which is not bad. Okay. Yes. Unfortunately, we're not getting all of the kills on the Gorgon, but we're getting most of the kills on the Gorgon. We'll just give you even more sap and do all this. Tome of Evergrowth is real nice. Being able to just reliably just sap enemies for no cost is very nice. Highly appreciate. I could have dazed Kale. I chose not to worry about that. Okay. Yeah, I'm giving him a little bit of regen, but in exchange, he never gets to attack again. We're taking a little bit of damage on the Eel Gorgon, but who cares? We are also getting to a point where it's getting the slay on everything, which is pretty good. I don't actually want to kill you with those. Well, that's fine. Okay, nothing gets to attack us. We're just that cool. Yes. Alright. Yeah, I don't actually want to kill these things ahead of time, because I do want to feed them all to the Gorgon. We have the victory. We're fine. Especially now that we have Daze 2 on Kale. And he doesn't get to eat any of the morsels. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we take Deep Offering. We were going to take Draw. I'm not the best situation to use Deep Offering yet, but still. I do want to go here looking for Dualism. But we're definitely going here, especially because this is the last Merchant of Magic. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, because currently it's just unplayable for me. Okay, well, I was gonna remove Consume Cover of Night, but I think we just want to do that in the Deep Offering now, and minus cost it. Okay, slightly better moon cycling, even though I'm not that great at moon cycling. Okay, we'll just dupe the Witch Weave again. Just because the spell chain is so good for me. It's very important to my general level of success. In a way that very few other things are. Okay. Yeah, we'll just play that and get rid of it. And then watch as the Gorgon gets to work. Really need to remove more things from the deck, but overall we're doing okay. And the extra draw definitely helps, obviously. Okay, we're not quite killing the Amalgam, but we can do some work on it next turn. It's like we can do that and daze it and stuff. It's not perfect. Also, I should have sapped the Amalgam last turn, and I didn't, and that was a mistake. Oh, whoops. Wrong order. Because I had Full Moon, so I do want to daze the Amalgam that's higher up first. So that... Oh, whoops. No, never mind. I didn't. I was just wrong. I thought I didn't at first, then for some reason talked myself into it. Yeah, unfortunately, I take a little bit of damage. It's not the end of the world. It just is what it is. Yeah, I was afraid that I was going to draw into Dominion's Eye like this, and then I just am unable to play any of the other things. There's whatever, it's sad, but it's not the end of the world. Same with taking that damage from the Amalgam. It's not great, I am at fairly low HP. Actually didn't really need to do that up there, because what is most important is just that I'm killing down here. You know what? Let's actually do this the correct way. Because as long as I'm winning next turn, which I should be, it doesn't matter that I'm not killing these guys. I'm not taking the Amalgam damage. And so it is more important that I'm just buffing up the Eel Gorgon a little bit more. Okay, and then this is the way of things. So, Yeah, that was what I was afraid of. Because I do give you a lot of spikes. I mean, we'll see if this works. I probably just need to set up in a different way, like not have the Eel Gorgon in front. I was doing that for reasons, but definitely feels like that's not the correct reasons. Yeah, there's no way I'm beating a Thane like that. Yeah, it does feel bad to lose to a Thane, because I basically don't normally lose to a Thane. I could do the Astrologer on this floor instead of Eka. Well, then I lose out on some of the HP scaling and all that. Well, we'll try it again. I don't really know what I do differently is the problem. Like, I just don't have great ways to increase my scaling. Like, if I had the Crypt Builder at the end, that would do it. It might be worth holding on to that. Or at least that would help. But yeah, this is among the reasons that I had wanted something like Overgrown Carapace. But here we are. Okay, well, I have enough Ember to play out all of these, so we play out all of these. That's just how that works. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, don't have quite enough to kill all of you. Because the reanimate is sort of a problem. Yeah. Okay. Well. Not taking care of the amalgam, but fine. And one of you survives, but that's sort of expected. Okay. Yeah, it turns out Spell Chain is real helpful for me. Still worried about the actual boss wave. Overall, this is definitely going better for me, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's not the one I should have sapped. It doesn't really matter. We should kill them both, regardless. That's a bad draw this turn. Okay, we have the kill. We're not fucking around with anything else here. Turns out we mostly just needed a little bit more bulk in front of the Eel Gorgon so it has more time to free fire. That's all we needed. Okay. Moonlit Glaive, not helpful. Moonbeam is a good card that we're not going to take. And Mooncaller, again, I kind of want, but we're not really the deck for it. We're not going to worry about those. I do still kind of want Dualism for the Lodestone Totem, but realistically it does not matter. On the other hand, I do kind of want to heal. I'm not getting Shadow Realms for jinxing it. Yeah. Yeah, on the other hand, I'm sort of okay having lower health going into the Titans, because I do have the ability to daze Savagery pretty frequently, which cuts down on the HP loss quite a bit. Also, I can daze Dominion if I need to after a while. So I think we're still doing this. Not helpful at all. Not helpful. Glass Cannon is kind of helpful. Not what I was looking for. Oh, yeah, that's right. I already saw these. Yeah, I do like Artificial Pyrestone. Don't know that I care about the Stardust Treat. The Icicle Fracture is a maybe for once. Normally I don't really give a shit about it, but here, maybe. Okay, as far as the duping, I could... So, with my extra Deployment Ember, I could use the Steward's Quarters to get, like, the Astrologer on the floor. Because I would have just enough capacity for that, because currently I have 1 excess, and then I could use that to get to 2 excess. So that's an option. Are we living a 2 Eel's life? So that's one of the options, is we dupe the Eel, and then we do that. Another option is we dupe the Lodestone Totem, and we do that. Again, with the... Oh, never mind. I keep forgetting that the Eel's only 1 capacity. But so we could do 2 Eels. The second Eel is definitely not nearly as strong, because it wouldn't have the Bloodthirsty Blade, but it would still have decent attack power. I could also take the Zone of Silence, make it deployable, and then we do that with our extra Deployment Ember. Since we got 3 Ember, that costs 3. It would mean that I'm no longer using the Fight Club, but that's mostly fine. As long as we have the Eel Gorgon up front, it doesn't really matter. Because, like, all the corruption that is generated by enemies just goes on to the Eel Gorgon, and then it removes it at the end of turn. So I don't think we need Zone of Silence. I may be happy with the Steward's Quarters, and... well... I'm probably duping the Eel Gorgon, is ultimately what it comes down to. Sadly, I don't have better equipment to fuse there. Okay. I think we're just making Eel Gorgon number 2. And we are going to remove some things, starting with those. And then continuing with you. And some Frozen Lances, because I have a bunch of zero-cost spells that are effectively much better for me. So I may as well. Right. Yeah. That's what we're doing. Okay. So. You're going there. You go there, you go there, 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 and we're good. Okay. Hey, enjoy being dazed. It's fairly appealing to me. So if I want maximal slays on you, it is actually better for me to play out one more thing, kill one of them. Because then you'll have 4 attacks and you'll be able to kill the remaining 4 enemies. So that's what we're going to do. And then you take a little bit of damage, who cares? Okay, and then we can daze you for 2 more turns that way. It was a little disorienting, but that's fine. And then we do some solid work. Yeah, we'll do it this way and greedily get one more slay instead of doing more damage to the minion, or to the Seraph, I should say. Okay, again, I think it's better that we do this. So you can just get more attacks in. Or you get more attack total, which means you get more slays. Because you don't get stalled on the heavy. I don't actually need to play these as long as we're doing the deep offering. Also, it's a waste of the spell weakness, but hey. I really did not use Eka herself all that well in this run, but that's fine. Because we have some very appealing Eogorgons. Also, I should be healing the front one because he is taking the corruption damage. Not that he's, like, on the verge of death or anything, but it would still be nice. So now you have 7 attacks, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's good enough. I'm just trying to get as many slays as I can on him. Is it necessary? No. Also, the spell chain Witch Weaves are doing a lot of work for us. Because I don't have good draw, and I never got any other like things that really help me with encanting. I mean, I have the Deep Offering, but I don't draw the Deep Offering all that often. But the Witch Weaves, they are fulfilling my life's great and noble desires. Okay. Go forth, you beautiful creature, you. Okay, whatever. And thus, Seraph is dead. Okay, look at this go. We should be fine to the Titan fight. We're going to take some damage, but we should have more than enough. Okay. Ideally, we draw the Daze on turn 1. Or the Stealth. Stealth would be okay, too. Okay. So. Gorgon. And all their buddies. That goes there. I guess you go there. And then we have 136 attack on the Bloodthirsty Blade, which I appreciate. Okay, well, we're mostly murdering savagery right off the bat. Unfortunately, we can't daze savagery this turn. Just because we're in the wrong moon phase. Like, it's fine. It's a little sad, but within accepted ranges. Okay. Don't love being at 33 HP, but we should be okay. Because now we can daze savagery, and it'll never do a thing ever again. Really would have preferred to draw the Moonrise last turn, when it actually would have been relevant to my needs. But hey, here we are. Have some more sap, I guess, since all the other enemies are unable to attack. Well, this is a hand that exists. At least it's not on a wave where we really need the wave clear. I mean, even then, this is part of why we have the 2 Gorgons, so... You know, if we do have a bad turn, we still get double the attacks that we would otherwise. Okay, don't have to play these out thanks to the Deep Offering. That's appreciated. I do actually need to not play those out. Oh, and I can't play this. Because if I do play anything more, then they kill the Gorgon, and that's not okay. So we at least do a little bit of damage on Dominion. You're barely alive, and then we just really need to Witch Weave you back to health next turn. Which, luckily, is not a concern. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so, Dominion dies this coming turn. We're fine. Everything's okay. For good measure, we'll even daze you so you don't get to attack. How wonderful and exciting. Thrilling beyond compare. There we go. Not nearly as clean as the prior Titan fight tonight, but, you know, we got there. And we only took 24 damage, which is actually below what I normally expect to take. It's just that I came in with a lot lower health. Ta-da! Well, much better than the shameful showing that we had last run. But hey, here we are. Turns out Eel Gorgon's pretty good. Even if I did not have like a great incant deck, we got it to a point where it was okay, but it had a lot of messy qualities to it. But that's fine. It got the win. That's it. We'll do one more run. And thus, we're going to pick, I don't know. Should probably do one of the like Penumbra crowns. Really don't want to do that right now though, because Penumbra is not quite bad per se, but it is Penumbra. Hilga, Rootseed, Randopire. I assume you're trying to say Gilda. And we're probably not going to do Gilda because we already did Gilda once tonight, and I've been trying to rotate through them, at least someone. We haven't done any Lazarus. We haven't done any Banished. I don't really want to do Umbra. I should do, like, Umbra or Remnant, though. Then bless me with Umbra Banished. Why would I do that? Fine. As much as I don't want to do Penumbra, we'll do Penumbra Banished. Okay. And yeah, we'll take Just Cause. I just really dislike Penumbra. Even if Penumbra is better in Monster Train 2, it's still just very unsatisfying champion to play. Split Anvil is pretty solid here. So we're definitely going to take that. Banish in particular has a lot of good use cases for it. Monstrous is bad. Like, just full stop. It is. Though out of curiosity, what's its attack at rank 3? It's like 210, 250? Okay. Penumbra, Trample, and Cleave his way to victory. So, or we could gorge the shit out of Penumbra and Cleave his way to victory. I mean, I don't know if that's really going to do that much better for us, but we're going to do Glutton. We'll see what we can do. Because, like, we do have the Packed Morsels, which is fairly good for that. Like, we'll see what we can do. Obviously, we can also just, like, pivot into a shift-based build. We do have Demonic Fledgling, which is rather good. Was really hoping to get morsels that did damage. Not helpful. Well, goodbye some of my Pyre health. Also, I don't have capacity for that, and for some reason thought I did. Oh well. Yeah, really wanted Cleave that turn so I could have dealt with the problem, but hey, at least we get Cleave now. That's something. Not nearly as helpful as I want, and of course, there's a morsel that is useful. Okay, we'll give you the lifesteal, except you actually die there, because well... Fine, whatever, here we are. And I'm not going to use the other Packed Morsels, because we're not. Also, poor Demonic Fledgling. We haven't done any shifting with him yet. So, like, there is a dumb way in which I can kill you. It's not what I want to do, though, but... Okay. Enjoy your valor, my morsel friend, so you can get the attack on the backliner. Well, we'll do that. Probably should have used the Just Causes to shift the Demonic Fledgling. Pretty confident it doesn't matter, though. Because Penumbra should be able to solo the boss at this point. Also, like, Heart of the Pack does not need to have this low of stats. It's not an amazing pyre. Like, it's fine, but it can definitely stand to have slightly higher HP and attack. Or at the very least, HP. But it's okay. It's just that I don't think its ability warrants having stats this low. So... Prismal Dust is real good. I might take the Space Prism. Unfortunately, it can't be made deployable, but if we are trying to live a Penumbra-shaped life, then getting more capacity to use my morsels with Glutton is very useful for me, especially since if I can put Intrinsic on it, for instance, then I wouldn't have to take a capacity upgrade later, which would be nice. So I guess I'm going to try this. Do I want challenge? Kind of. I'm going to no. And I'm not going to take a third cleave. I am going to go here. Yeah. Holdover, 100% the thing that I wanted. And we were doing it on the non-cost discounted cleave. Remove Consume, also appealing for the pack morsels. Less important overall, though. Do I want a Morsel Maker? Kind of. Maybe. For the moment, I will take it. I don't know if we're really going to utilize you well in the long term, but that's fine. I will take damage from my Vengeful Shards here. But this is fine, I think. Okay, we want to boost your attack, and so we'll just give all the rest of that to you. You can go there and kill the backliners. It activates Heart of the Pact, and it prevents this guy from healing. He damages himself every turn, so if you are killing the healers, that is a nice boon. And then we'll just play that out and take a little bit of damage. I just really want the Collector, so there we go. And then we should hit the holdover cleave soon. Apparently not yet, but soon. Okay, by playing a morsel up front, we can do this. Although I could have actually shifted him twice if I'd done it differently. It's fine. I'm not wildly concerned. Okay. Also, with the Morsel Maker, the Space Prism a lot less helpful. Yeah, unfortunately I just take that damage. I think I still want to do this. Oh, I should have done that slightly differently. It's fine. I'm not really worried about you, because Penumbra is going to get the kill for us. Even if I could have done that a little better. Yeah, here we are. And thus, he gorges his way to victory. Perils is a maybe. It is extra damage scaling, kind of. I'm just gonna take the Prismal Dust. I will take a Divinity. Do I want Merchant of Arms? Kind of. There are a number of good things I could get, like Void Armament would be solid. Getting, like, Zone of Silence could be a maybe. The healing is not unwelcome. But going here would be good, especially because it is, it is Siphon Archeon, so he does get massive attack, and so getting, like, double stack or, like, remove consume on the Prismal Dust is quite good. We'll go here, I guess. Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. I'm also down for double stack on Divinity, kind of. Fine. I don't know that we're gonna do that long term, but I'll take that now. I do just really like double stack Prismal Dust, so we're gonna do that. The -2. The thing is, with Split Anvil, I don't really need to do this on the Divinity. It still might be nice for it to be a consume card, though. But I think we're okay with it as is. Unfortunately, I can't afford anything else I really care about there. Random Graft Unit. That's a maybe. Because, like, the pool of Graft Units is pretty decent for our Penumbra needs. I'm gonna not, though. I'm gonna not. You get the starter from that? Yeah, I was pretty sure you could, but I couldn't remember for sure. I'm just gonna do the Holy Stone of the Cleave, because with it being holdover, we're gonna play it a lot more and get more value out of it. Never fun feels bad, man. How dare you? Just the Scissor Hand one, didn't believe that you could, and then saw Ashiok get it. It was a very what the fuck moment. Yeah, I would not be surprised if it gets removed from the pool at some point, but yeah. I mean, it's a little weird because the pool of Graft Units is fairly small, so I imagine it's in the pool just to make the pool a little less deterministic. But yeah, it does feel a little strange that you can get it. Okay, we're not going to use the Prismal Dust yet, just because it feels a bit of a waste when I've got Lifesteal already and I'm not really in danger. Okay, because we got one extra Ember off of a Rubble Morsel, I still get to play the Vengeful Shard and do all that, which is pretty cute. Although the Cleave ends up not doing any healing for us because it got cost reduced. Hi Sal, where are my drafts? Sadly, we have not played a draft in a very long time. But, how you doing, my friend? Okay, we at least get a little bit of healing off that, and then we make morsels and live a very morsel-shaped existence. Unfortunately, we are going to make Archeon fairly threatening soon. Doing fine chilling with my puppy seems like a good way to be. Okay. But we have Lifesteal still. We have a little bit of Valor. We are bulking up each and every turn. I don't have enough capacity to play that. Probably should have done that instead of one of the morsels. It's fine. It's whatever. Okay, and then we just keep cleaving. I do appreciate that we didn't buff Archeon there, but, you know, here we are. Okay. Demonic Fledgling ends up being fairly decent looking right now. It's a good unit, even if I'm not utilizing it terribly well. God, Archeon with his 35 attack. Ugh. And we're in okay shape in that regard. Actually, do I want to play the Prismal Dust? I wasn't doing it because I didn't want to get knocked off by chumps. But we're actually just going to kill all of them with the cleave anyways. It's kind of the whole point. So, doing that with Max Ember is better. Well, I'm still going to play the Vengeful Shard because I feel like it. Also, we froze that there. Actually, you know what? We'll take the Vengeful Shard damage. I don't think it matters. Because, you know, Penumbra's fairly scary right now. But, may as well. And taking the Vengeful Shard damage is not a big deal. Because we do heal up with the Holy Stone constantly. So we're still going to come out of this with a net increase. Okay, this is going to look a little weird, but we're going to do that one first, and then the Divinity after, so we get the benefit from the Holy Stone. Because if we do it the reverse way, we don't. So, figured I may as well. Either way, we have this one. Even if we had done this with less damage shields, we'd be okay. Also, if I really needed to, I could have advanced the morsels to block a hit for that. Fern Step is really cute, but not something I can utilize. The Ember Drain is just too punishing for me. Spike of the Banished is... It's okay. It's not as good as it should be. It needs to be a higher number if that's all it's going to do. And Wretch is bad. Like a Firebrand is fine. I don't think we need one. There's not any purpose to us taking the Morsel Master. Because with two Morsel Makers, we're already hitting max units on a floor. So, we'll be content with that. And I'm just going to take the... I'm going to take Ember. Even though it's a little unnecessary because we have Split Anvil. Going for the Merchant of Steel would not do us much good. I'm going to go here, even though the chance that we hit something we care about are pretty low. I mean, I kind of want to go here just for like the gold and then remove some stuff, but we're still going to go here. And that was the wrong ordering. Chain of Gems is good. Okay. So... I have some odd choices to make here. Because I could dupe the Prismal Dust once or 5 times, which is pretty good for me. Or I can dupe the non-holdover Cleave 5 times. And then just a massive amount of my turns I will be cleaving multiple times. And that seems pretty good. I think we're going to do that, even though it's a little shenanigans. Well, most of the cards in my deck don't matter for me. And we are going to do Chain of Gems. Unfortunately, obviously what I would really want would be Fossilized Teeth for the double Gorge. But Chain of Gems is still rather decent for us. Also, the extra cleaves are going to be good for us later on. Okay, so you come out, get the damage shield. We can actually play more of our units this time with the extra Deployment Ember. Okay, I do really wish that I could bulk up Penumbra faster. That is the big concern of our life. Obviously, like, Shroud Spike would be the ideal. Even Feast would help, so I could set up on, like, mid-floor instead of top floor. But we'll see. Okay. Have a Space Prism, I guess. I appreciate getting that sweet, sweet collector. Also, I suppose you didn't need the damage shields because you have lifesteal, but whatever, fine. I should have given the damage shields elsewhere, like to one of the morsel makers, so that if I need them for the boss, I could advance them towards the end of the fight and have them block for us. Yeah, this is the problem with making so many cleaves, is if I don't draw the right cleave, then I just have... I just have this for a good chunk of the fight. I mean, it's fine. They're still doing work for me. The most important thing is just that I am able to cleave, even if I don't have the right cleave. Okay. We'll have you get the damage shields. And then just load you up with some extra health morsels, because that's what I got. Okay, we do lose 1 damage shield too. I didn't actually do it that way. It's fine. And actually, we lost 2 damage shields because this guy's multi-strike. But that's fine. That's fine, I tell you. Verifiably so. Would have been useful to get rid of you. Oh well. That's okay. Also, I probably should have used the Just Causes before playing the morsel. Not a big deal. It's fine. We do a decent amount of damage down here. But mostly we were just waiting for this exciting function up here, where we don't even need to attack because he just gets cleaved out of existence. I mean, Cannibalize is a no. Feast is a maybe. It's only sort of useful for me is the problem. Okay, I'm not going to. And Everlasting Light, as much as I enjoy it, not incredibly useful for me. I kind of want to take Penitent's Death Suit to equip on bosses. Though I think that's a waste of my time. Okay, so what would I do if I went here? Mostly look for, like, Zone of Silence or Inferno Room, though I'd still need the Ember to play it. But on the other hand, if I take another Ember upgrade... Actually, even if I don't, I have enough. Yeah, I mean, it really would be just like Inferno Room would be the ideal. And mostly only to mitigate the problems of Dominion, because it would get rid of the Scourge guys, and it would knock the Reanimate guys down lower. And that would be rather useful. Going here... Similarly, if I got Zone of Silence, I could sort of do that, though I'd need more Ember. Also, I could look for equipment for Penumbra, though I don't know what we'd actually need to equip there. Going here, it would mostly be looking for, like, Remove Consume on the Prismal Dust. And Intrinsic on the Space Prism, maybe. Maybe Dualism on the... Or double stack on the Divinity. Also, there are a number of good Alcove upgrades we could get. Well, kind of. Most of the things that would be good normally aren't really pertinent to us now. Yeah, we're gonna go here. We'll see what we can get. No. Did consider Shield of Wing. I don't think it super matters to us. Steward's Quarters doesn't really matter. It is a way to get intrinsic capacity, but I'm not struggling with capacity, really. As long as I'm happy with just the morsel makers, it's okay. And I'm, like, vaguely happy. It is 4 morsels a turn. I could technically do a lot more than that if I pivoted to using, like, the packed morsels. But especially with the shape of my deck being, you know, 30% cleaves, and not having, like, consume removed these, I think I just rely on the morsel makers for now. Yeah, that's not terribly useful for me. Well, let's just make my deck a little more consistent, I guess. I guess I'm just gonna do this in case we need it. And then we're probably going for the Merchant of Trinkets next. Okay, so this time we're actually giving the damage shields to you. Seems like the better choice. And then you exist, and you're there, and yada yada yada. Here we are. Okay. So... Oh, because you have the damage shield, so like, why are you not... Okay, well, either way, that's fine. So we're gonna shift you, then that, and then you gain a bunch of armor, well, HP. And you get the Valor armor still, because the morsels disappeared before that is calculated. Yeah, I really need Penumbra to be scaling faster than he is. That will help once he has... Once we're at Glutton 3, but it still is concerning. But whatever. It is what it is. A Shroud Spike would be real nice, but even that I have some issues utilizing properly. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't really matter who gets that. I mean, overall, this is working okay. The multi-cleave is pretty good, and we do have fairly decent scaling. Also, I'm at permanently full Pyre health thanks to the Holy Stone. Not that that's particularly difficult. Should have done that before I played down the Steward. But again, I don't think that super matters. Okay. Shouldn't have any meaningful problem with the reanimate boss. Like, oh, whoops, wrong. I mean, I guess the morsel is stronger. But anyways, whatever. Like, again, we're not doing tons of work against him on mid-floor. But that's because mid-floor is not a floor we care about. Just for good measure, we'll advance you and your 16 damage shields. And then slowly beat you to death. It looks weird having all this extra space where the morsels were. But hey, that's just how it is. Again, I kind of want the feast. We're not going to. The engine upgrade... kind of cute, but mostly don't think we need. Punk Shredder would give us trample, which is cute. All these are fine. We're not going to. We are going to go here. And hope for things. Okay. So, like, Blood of the Apex, kind of interesting. Except for the part where I'm not actually getting any kills with Penumbra, I'm just cleaving. So the chances that we actually are able to scale up an equipment to any meaningful degree are, you know, fairly low. Boiler Room is fairly cute. So I'm going to take this, though it is going to cause problems for me for the time being. There's a Boiler Room. Yeah, I'm aware. There's a Boiler Room, but no Borker Room. Okay, fair enough. I don't know that I really care about the Celestial Cascade. I don't do a whole lot of Valoring. You know what? I'll take it. It just gives me another sort of avenue. Okay. Yeah, this should be okay. Like, they're gonna hit hard, but we should be able to survive. Although I have sort of caused problems for myself. Oh, never mind. I didn't realize that this had been changed so that it doesn't put them here during deployment. Okay, not an issue then. That's actually perfect for us. And if we can get a Shroud Spike, then all the better. If we can get intrinsic Shroud Spike, we'll be in fabulous shape. Okay. I did mess this up because you did actually need the damage shields this time. Oh, well, I can do it this way. We waste the Valor on him, but he blocks for us, and that's okay. I was going to put the Morsel Maker up front to block, but we don't need to do that, and therefore I won't need to re-advance them back into a good position. So we have the ability to play 4 morsels here. Well, I guess we'll sacrifice that one. And then you're there. It's not a big deal if the fledgling dies. Especially, like, all we really need to do is hit the holdover cleave. Okay, there we go. And now everything's gonna be okay. Because now we've reached a point where we do start scaling appropriately. Okay, and then you get to stick around just by virtue of being a good guy. Okay. And then we're permanently at full health because, I mean, I really just mostly haven't been taking damage anyways. Oh, whoops. I did this the wrong order, and it does not matter because we have a 0 attack morsel standing in front now. It's fine. But anyways, I'm not really taking damage anyways, but even if I were, I am healing 2 health every turn with the cleave, which is cute. But again, it largely feels unnecessary. And it's part of why I find the Holy Stone... you were supposed to go in front to block and save the damage shields, whatever. But largely, why I find Holy Stone to be a waste is... if you're playing well, which is fairly achievable in most runs, you're just not taking damage anyways. And so, rather than spending all that gold on the Holy Stone, you could spend that gold elsewhere to actually just, like, improve your deck. Which then makes you less likely to be leaking damage later in the run. So... Oops. Not where I meant to click. Okay. May as well do that there. And then once he challenges Penumbra, he's real dead. There we go. I'm a huge fan of Holy Stone with Fearless Greed for obvious reasons. Not sure if it's actually worth it, but it's fun to trigger the Pyre, largely consequence-free. I mean, that's fair-ish. I will take the Shroud Mitosis, though I really would have preferred a Shroud Spike. And even this is a little questionable. Also, the Umberstone is kind of cute, but again, really doesn't matter when we're just cleaning the shit out of everything. Anyways, like, yeah, kind of. The thing is, though, it's already largely consequence-free with Fira's Greed, because it does have one of the higher HP values of any of the Pyres. So, similar to Pyre of Entropy, the fact that you're taking damage from the Vengeful Shards is baked into the Pyre stats. And again, also, if you are spending that gold to actually improve your deck, it's less likely that you're taking damage from other enemies, and so you can still continue taking the Vengeful Shard damage pretty cleanly and without worry, because you're not taking damage from any other source. So, like, yeah, it does have synergy with Fira's Greed, but I still find it largely unnecessary. We're going to take Draw. I was going to consider Capacity for the Morsel Miner situation with the Commemorative Spike, but the fact that it doesn't spawn them until after deployment makes that a way better artifact than it was in Monster Train 1, where it would block your ability to set up, and also means I don't need to take Capacity. So, we'll take the Draw. I'm doing fine on Ember, so just being able to draw into our cleaves more reliably and all that is better. Well, I do want Intrinsic for... So the problem is, to use the Shroud Mitosis, I basically need Intrinsic, because I need it to be able to dupe the Magma, or the Morsel Miner that we get from the Commemorative Spike. Alternatively, I would still like to get Inferno Room, and this is the last shot to do that. So I guess that's what we're doing. Okay, Glutton 3 it is. Not ideal. Still could take the Boiler Room. Reasonably convinced that doesn't matter. Unfortunate. I guess I'll do that. I honestly maybe want to get rid of the Calcified Ember this way. The problem is most of these don't matter. Because, like, the Penumbra floor is essentially self-contained. And so basically every other card is there just to buff up the Demonic Fledgling, but who cares? Because the Penumbra floor is killing everything. Unfortunately, you are annoying. I suppose I probably should have set up the Demonic Fledgling on a lower floor just to maybe allow me to kill off the Scourge dudes. But whatever, here we are. This is our life now. Oh, I was trying to give you the damage shield, but you don't actually get the damage shield because you're not the first one. Yeah, whatever. I could have used the cleave, could have done things. I didn't. It's fine. we weren't killing the Scourge dude either way, so it mostly didn't matter to me. Well, here we are. Okay. Nope, we're doing this slightly differently. I'm just gonna take the damage from the Scourge. It's not a big deal, because again, we have the Cleave with the Holy Stone. But this way I can actually minus cost things. And this is going to look silly, but we're going to do that so then he can cleave that so we can get the Collector, which is definitely worth it. Again, unfortunately I get a bunch of Scourge cards when I have minus Ember per turn, which does feel really bad. That's why I shouldn't have done things the way that I did them, but hey. Which is to say, I should have set up on bottom floor. So then I can be killing the Scourge dudes, but whatever, it's fine. Even if I end this fight taking some amount of damage, it's not that big a deal. Even if it does annoy me. Okay. Again, taking a little bit of damage, but we're at least getting one less Scourge card, which is something I appreciate. God, I just... So you're surviving. We get a little bit of corruption. Who cares? We're still only getting one Scourge card, which is something. Oh god, then you're awful. Well, I was hoping that I could, like, generate a morsel on bottom floor to be able to murder those guys with a cleave. But, so be it. I mean, we'll be okay. It just would have been nice to not have a bunch of Scourges. I'll get more corruption, that doesn't matter. But I take less damage this way. And then I just spend my entire... Oh, that's actually not acceptable. I didn't realize. Well, that's annoying. Fine. I just wish that I could have taken less damage on this fight. Okay, yeah. I thought that was enough. I just wasn't sure if I was going to have to do the damage fields. Okay. Well, ended up with 9 damage taken. I don't want Reg. And Void Binding's great. There was the possibility of having done some Ember Drain stuff on this run, but that's not what we did. Liquid Courage is whatever. It's not amazing, but it can do some okay work. We're going here, even though I kind of also want to just remove stuff. And that's right, I wanted intrinsic. That's the main thing I wanted. Neither of those are intrinsic. I mean, these are good for the demonic fledgling, but I don't really care about the demonic fledgling. Honestly, willing to do the wing clippings, maybe? Because it works on the prismal dust. It works on other things I don't care about, too, but... not helpful. Maybe technically helpful. And I do have remove consume for this, which we're going to do. I'm going to do this because I don't actually want to copy morsels more than once. And yes, that looks a little questionable. Nonetheless, that's what we're doing. Okay. So, we got the intrinsic. So we can do that. And I guess we're just holdovering a second cleave. And that's decent. I would love to remove more things, mind you, but so be it. We're just going to get rid of the Calcified Ember because the chances that I'm actually getting rid of it on a normal turn are fairly low. Fine. Have some magic power. Extra auxiliary cleave. Okay. So. I'm gonna give you the damage shields. We're gonna set you up there. We're going to put you there and you there. Now, overall, Dominion does have smaller, well, lower HP waves. So that is something. Yeah, you're going to get a ton of... You get a ton of corruption, which I think is maybe okay. I could also give you the damage shields instead of giving them to Penumbra. I think actually let's try that. I could have also shifted you, which would have been the correct play, because then you would have had more attack. Not a great problem overall. Also did kind of neglect the part where my morsel makers are taking corruption from Dominion. Something to consider that needs to be sorted out. Should have done this in a different manner, but that's fine. Yeah, really need to start putting some damage shields on my morsel makers. Otherwise, they're gonna die. But at least he's gonna come up here and bug this cute little morsel friend. Should bait top, already doing it. Also, unfortunately, the wing clippings preserved the space prism, which I don't care about. But that's fine. It doesn't tons affect my plays. So, one of you I can save. So we are drawing a Prismal Dust next turn. I was considering moving him up front to get the Valor armor and getting the HP from the morsels. Not important. We'll do that, I guess. It doesn't really matter, but I don't have anywhere better to use it on, so... Okay. I guess I'll do that. And we'll just block a little bit and give you some stats and some damage shields. Okay. So, get rid of that. Play that out. I don't get to use the Holy Stone doing it that way, but it doesn't really matter to me that that's the case. Okay. I'll just have you block so that we can ignore a bit more of the corruption. Well, more specifically, so I can lose less damage shields is the main thing. Stop preserving that! Wrong ordering. Forgot that I need to use the other cleave first. Because I need to get rid of the Scourge dude. I mean, need is perhaps strong, but it is helpful for me to get rid of the Scourge dude. So. Okay. Now we do that. Then we make some delicious, delicious morsels. I should be putting any of the HP ones up front still. Because it's more important to save damage shields than to give him HP. Because he's not surviving the corruption no matter what. That's just not the case. So you survive for one more turn. Which I mostly care about so that we can kill the final Scourge dude. Whatever. Have some Valor, who cares? And, you know, the fledgling finally dies with, 826 corruption. We made it a good long ways. And yes, it looks a little bit like we were dying, but we all know in our hearts that that was never the case. And the number beats him to death with nearly 800 attack. We're not, like, terribly efficient at morsel eating, but we're eating for a turn. It's working out. And again, we're using the cleaves to convert that attack power into meaningful wave clear, and that's what we need. So, I think I just want Penumbra bottom floor this time. Okay. And then have some damage shields. Have some more, even though that one gets consumed and doesn't do a whole ton for us. And then we do a tiny bit of damage. I could have taken a challenge earlier, as in the card challenge, to speed up Dominion, but it is what it is. I should have done that in slightly different order. And in fact, we are going to do it in slightly different order. Namely, the order where my cleave actually kills the enemies rather than not doing so because I stabbed myself. Because now we have 133 attack instead of 127 or whatever. And that works a lot better. Yeah, it turns out Chain of Gems, real good artifact. Just undeniably very good. Especially with morsels, but even without morsels, it's still very useful. Okay, well. Also, we are healing every turn, so we are offsetting the damage from good old Dominion. Everyone's favorite friend. Oh, I meant to give that to him. Whoops. Well, he didn't die, but that was a mistake. I was mostly trying to prevent savagery from hurting the pyre. But I did fuck it up nonetheless. Well, he's not dead yet, but it is looking worse for him now. Yeah, I have no way to protect him this turn. I could have done the Prismal Dust on him earlier, and I thought about doing that. But I didn't, so here we are. It's not wildly important. More damage shields. Keep me safe, my friends. Our big 431 damage strike gets blocked by this stupid deformed duo. Doesn't end up mattering. Well, we'll dupe the one that has damage shields. Not that the battle is going to last terribly long enough for that to matter. Technically, that is the better way to do this. So I have slightly higher attack first before I do the cleaves. Okay, this is gonna look silly, but we're gonna give a bunch of damage shields to that morsel. I don't get the healing from the thing this turn, but whatever, fine, whatever. I take less pyre damage to do it this way. Although I could have set it up better last turn had I done things differently, but ultimately not important. Okay, just for my own enjoyment, we play that morsel. And then Dominion dies. There we go. Not the fastest fight, but not terribly slow. And we only took 19 damage. Some of that was the healing, and some of that was just the damage shields on the morsels blocking savagery from clearing the floor. How exciting. Well, that was a more enjoyable Penumbra run than I was expecting it to be. Mostly just because we were able to cleave everything that would have been a problem for us. I was worried that we weren't going to stack up strength fast enough. Getting the Shroud Mitosis, well, in particular, the commemorative spike was the really important thing. So we had a morsel on turn 2 rather than having to wait all the way till turn 3 to actually have stats. Shroud Spike would have been the ideal, but Shroud Mitosis still was a fair bit of extra power, which helped get the cleaves running and made it more feasible for us to set up mid-floor. Also, keeping the Demonic Fledgling around was fairly useful, mostly for the Dominion fight. We still could have managed, and even if we'd gone into the Titan fight at very low HP, it wouldn't have really mattered. Like, we had more than enough HP, so we could have had a much worse Seraph fight, and we still would have come out in fairly good shape. Anyways, that is where we're stopping for the night, because it is almost 3:30, and I do need to sleep and eat and do other things at other times. So, thanks for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll keep doing more crowns. We're making progress. We're at 69 now. And we'll just keep chugging along, doing a couple crowns for the time being. Yeah, it's fun. I always enjoyed the crown hunt in Monster Train. It's fun. Like, one of the things I like so much about Monster Train is the wide variety of, like, clan combos and ways to build viable decks. And so I think the crown hunt is a great way to kind of, like, force yourself into doing all the clan combos, experiencing all the different champions, all the different champion paths. Anyways, it's fun. Even though there are so many crowns now, it's a lot. Anyways, thanks for hanging out. Have a nice night. For reals, I'm going to go now. I will see you tomorrow.